the proposed developments before members today. Again, this application is for the reserved matters of the previously approved planning application, which was allowed at appeal in 2017. And again, the reserved matters are appearance, landscaping, layout, and scale. This table provides a summary of the proposed residential development, which comprises 45 dwellings or 44 net gain, 116 parking spaces, public open space, play space, and a pumping station. This slide shows the concept sketch looking at movements, hierarchy, character areas, and space concept. And as we can see on the image before us, we can see a clear hierarchy in terms of movements with the main route through the development and then arterial routes off these main routes, which are subsidiary to the main route. So this is the reserved matters plan submitted for the site. Again, we can see the main route through the site, which is the main street character area. In this particular character area, properties are parallel to the street to create a well-lined entrance and main route. The dwellings in this area have a setback to allow for small front gardens and varying plot width and house types to animate the route through the site. We then have the secondary streets, which are located off the main route, so to the front of the site and also to the rear of the site. And these are similar to the main street in that it has the properties parallel to the street, but a less varied building line, given that they are smaller secondary routes. And then we have the green edges to the development where the dwellings border open space and surrounding landscaped areas. So we can see to the edge of the development. So in terms of the proposed design, there are 14 different house types and one apartment block. Across the site, there is a mix of 1 to 4 bedroom dwellings, and all house types meet the required space standards as set out in the East Dorset Housing Supplementary Planning documents. This slide shows the apartment block with 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings. Just to note that policy LN3 of the Christchurch in East Dorset core strategy requires 10% of affordable dwellings to be built to adaptable standards if more than 10 dwellings are to be provided. Under the modification to the planning obligation application, the affordable housing provision is reduced to 7. However, the developer will still provide adaptable apartments at ground floor level, 2 adaptable apartments at ground floor level of the apartment block. These are the elevations for the apartment block. I should note here that the developer has worked with officers to improve the design detail of the apartment block to ensure it is tenure blind and of an appropriate design quality, and officers are satisfied that the apartment block is suitably designed. This is a sample 2-bedroom bungalow. And this is the associated elevations with the 2-bedroom bungalow. This is a sample 3-bed house. And the associated elevations. And a sample 4-bed house. And again with the associated elevations. And this slide shows the garage type. So some of the dwellings will have double garages and some will have single garages where garage provision is provided. So this slide does show an indicative street scene showing the various house types, and this is an indicative street scene from Ringwood Road, where we can see single story, 2-story, and then the apartment block. And this slide shows similar house types that will be built by the applicants in another development in the New Forest, just to give members a flavour of the design detail. So in terms of local representations, the application was advertised by site notice and a neighbour letter in October 2019. Objections were received from 12 neighbours raising concerns as set out on the slide, and these include highway safety concerns and concerns regarding congestion, impact on infrastructure, location, density, flood risk, design, and concerns regarding construction. So in terms of consultee responses, no objections were received from consultees in general as set out in the tables on the next 2 slides. Comments were made by the Alderhold Parish Council as set out in paragraph 9.2 of the officer report, And these comments are specifically addressed in paragraph 1510 of the officer report. And again, some comments from the East Dorset Environment Partnership and the Dorset Wildlife Trust, which I will deal with later in this presentation. So in terms of the principle of development, the principle of residential development on the site has been established under the outline application allowed at appeal. It is also noted that the East Dorset area does not have a 5-year housing land supply, and the proposed would provide a housing contribution towards this current shortfall. In terms of the housing mix, as noted previously, the affordable housing contribution was amended under the modification to the planning obligation application, and it was reduced to 15%, which equates to 7 units. And again, there was a resolution to grant a committee in February 2023 in relation to this amendment. Again, the reasons for reducing affordable housing contribution included the increased bill costs, additional costs in relation to new building regulations, additional costs in relation to the required heathland and phosphate mitigation. So in terms of the affordable housing, there'll be 5 one-bedroom apartments and 2 two-bedroom apartments, with the apartment block located here. And this was what was considered viable in terms of that modification to the planning obligation, and that was assessed by the district valuer and presented to members in February 2023. The Dorset Council Housing Officer was consulted and advises that the proposed mix for the affordable housing is acceptable, and they agreed with what was presented in February 23. In terms of the open market units, while there are discrepancies between the open market mix and the 2015 strategic housing market assessment requirements, these are considered acceptable where the majority provision is 3-bedroom dwellings and there is a need for 3-bed houses in the area. The provision of some 4-bedroom dwellings are also considered acceptable where our housing supplementary planning documents do allow deviations from the strategic housing market assessment. The Dorset Council Housing Officer has raised no objection to the proposed market mix, and the proposed housing mix in general is considered to be acceptable. In terms of scale and layout, which is one of the reserved matters for consideration, or 2 of the reserved matters, the appeal decision limits by condition the number of dwellings on site to 45, which results in 14 dwellings per hectare. The proposed density can easily be accommodated on site and is considered appropriate for an edge of settlement development adjacent to open countryside. Proposed residential development ranges in scale between single-storey garages, 1 to 2-storey dwellings, and the 2-storey apartment block. The predominant scale of the development is 2-storey towards the front of the site and single-storey to the rear, as we can see on the heights plan on the slide before you. Officers are of the view that the proposals incorporate a layout which has considered routes and a considered hierarchy of movement, with an acceptable relationship to existing and neighbouring properties and each other. There's a strong sense of legibility with the proposed central route and the additional dwellings to the arterial routes and the destination of the public open space and the play space to the rear of the site. There's also variation in plot sizes and design to provide appropriate and varied street scenes. And in general, the scale and disposition of the proposed dwellings is considered to be satisfactory. In terms of highways and parking, the proposed access is from Ringwood Road as approved under the outline application allowed at appeal. This slide shows the access hierarchy throughout the site, showing main and subsidiary vehicle routes and pedestrian routes. And in general, the highways team has advised the development meets the requirements of the council's adopted policy and therefore would be considered for adoption. Private parking is to be provided within residential curtilages in order to minimise the visual impact of the car and to decongest the road network. The proposed parking arrangements results in a consistent building line that provides a more coherent street scene. Visitor parking is provided throughout the layout in locations adjacent to the highway, so we can see some of them to the front of the site here. The proposed development will provide a total of 116 spaces, and that's comprising 14 visitor parking spaces and 102 allocated spaces. The Dorset Council parking guidance requires a total of 85 spaces, and that includes 11 unallocated spaces and 9 visitor spaces. So the proposal does provide a significant overprovision with 116 spaces in total. While no unallocated spaces are provided, visitor parking is over-provided by 5 spaces, and with the provision of 1 to 3 spaces per dwelling, it's considered that the proposed parking is acceptable and that the unallocated parking is not required. So in terms of appearance, the proposed architectural style as seen on previous slides is traditional in nature and draws from the surrounding area. Officers consider the proposed vernacular architecture is broadly in keeping with the surrounding area, and there is considered to be sufficient variation in the building design, orientation and materials to create a varied and acceptable streetscape. The proposed material plan sets out materials as shown on this slide and includes roof materials as clay tile in slate and burnt red, and facing materials are brick, render, weatherboarding and hanging tiles. The proposed materials are considered acceptable and there is sufficient variation in relation to the size of the development. Both the market and affordable dwellings have a broadly similar traditional vernacular approach, which itself will assist with the social cohesion on the site. And as such, the proposed materials and vernacular design are considered acceptable. In terms of landscaping and trees, so submitted plans set out the proposed design incorporates landscaped areas throughout the site, including the peripheries and also the adjacent to the apartment block to the southeast and also to the north. It is considered that the structure of landscaped areas is suitably located and provides sufficient open space for the development. There's a sample landscaping plan before you, and the tree planting and hard surface details have been submitted. The proposed hard surface materials include asphalt, block paving and self-binding gravel paths. These materials are considered acceptable in a residential context. Existing trees and hedging are to the site boundary and are retained where possible, and their protection is secured under condition 16 of the outline application. Some concerns have been raised in relation to non-native invasive planting and landscape maintenance, but changes have been made to the proposed landscaping which addresses the majority of these concerns raised. There's some residual comments in relation to the loss of the hedgerow for the access and one non-native species that remains within the planting scheme. However, I should note the extent of the hedgerow has been included in the biodiversity enhancement plan, and replacement hedging is considered acceptable for that loss. And no concerns were raised by the natural environment team in relation to this. Also, the landscape management plan is considered suitable and would be conditioned in the officer report, and the use of one non-native species would not warrant refusal. In general, the proposed hard and soft landscaping is considered to be acceptable. In terms of boundary treatments, within the housing sites, it includes brick walls and 1.8 metre timber fencing. Brick boundaries are proposed generally in the public facing areas, and we would have timber fencing between residential dwellings, which is considered acceptable in the residential context. Boundary treatments to public open space include 1.2 vertical bar railing and post and rail fence. And these proposed boundaries have been agreed with the natural environment team who deal with open space requirements for our planning applications. And in general, the proposed boundary treatments are considered to be acceptable. In terms of the public open space, the public open space is provided throughout the proposed development. Again, it is appropriately located to the centre, the southeast and to the north, and the play space has been provided within the public open space to the north, as we can see on the slide here, and has been detailed as per the submitted drawings. So this slide shows the public open space areas in more detail. Again, adjacent to the apartment block, and the play space to the north, and then the attenuation pond to the southeast. So the public open space will be privately managed, and it does includes the play space. This is secured by 106 in the for the outline permission, so that's already been secured. Third-party concerns have been raised that the attenuation pond should be fenced. The natural environment team who deal with open space have reviewed this matter and have not raised concerns regarding fencing to the attenuation pond area. They have advised that attenuation ponds are normally shallow in nature so that they can be incorporated into the open space as a landscape feature and often don't require fencing. As public open space will be privately managed, a risk assessment for the attenuation pond will need to be carried out by the management company itself, and that would inform whether or not fencing would be required. Third-party concerns have been raised that the locally equipped area for play, or the LEAP, is in an unsuitable location. Again, the natural environment team have raised no concerns in relation to the location of the play space, and is considered to be safe, to be in a safe area towards the rear of the development with less traffic movements. It also adds to the design of the layout where the development is less dense and of a lower scale to the rear of the site, which addresses the surrounding open countryside context. And in general, the proposed open space, public open space, is considered to be acceptable. In terms of amenity, with 14 dwellings per hectare approved at outline, 45 dwellings can easily be accommodated on site with appropriate separation distances between dwellings. The suitable separation distances to existing neighbouring dwellings can also be achieved, and there's substantial rear gardens as required to the boundaries. Some concerns have been raised that the proposed pumping station will impact negatively on neighbouring amenity, and the pumping station is located to the southeast. Pumping stations are not uncommon in residential developments, and the proposed pumping station is located again to the southeast. It's some 18 metres from the proposed apartment block and the dwelling to the east, and 18 to 20 metres to the closest existing neighbouring dwellings across the road. So it is a requirement of Wessex Water adoptable standards for pumping stations that it's located a minimum of 15 metres from a habitable dwelling. The proposed pumping station does meet the requirements of Wessex Water and will be adopted by Wessex Water. And based on that and other points I've just mentioned, the residential development raises no significant concerns with regard to impact and amenity of either the future occupiers or existing neighbours to the site. In terms of biodiversity, a biodiversity mitigation enhancement plan has been submitted and provisions are set out on this slide before you. Again, the natural environment team have been consulted and raised no concerns. So they did raise concerns regarding the loss of hedging and grassland within the site. However, replacement hedging is being provided, and as is a compensation payment, which is secured by legal agreement. BMEP also sets out mitigation, again, as set out in the slide, and the proposed mitigation measures have been endorsed by the natural environment team and considered to be acceptable. Also in terms of biodiversity, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the application site is within 5 kilometres of Dorset Heathland, which is the Cranbourne Common SSSI. Again, the proposal is for a net increase in 44 residential units in combination with other plans and projects is likely to have a significant effect on the site, and therefore mitigation is required. Again, as noted in the planning history, as a result of the mitigation concerns, a planning application for a SANG or a Heathland infrastructure project at Highwood was approved under delegated powers in January 2023 and secured by legal agreement. The delivery of the SANG prior to the occupancy of the development is secured via the associated legal agreements for this application. And with this mitigation secured prior to occupancy, the development will not result in an adverse effect on the integrity of the designated site. And based on this, the proposal is considered acceptable in relation to the impact on Dorset Heathland. In terms of the impact on the the Avon Valley SAC and the River Avon catchment area in relation to phosphates, in the absence of mitigation, this proposed development would contribute to nutrient loading and would result in an adverse impact on the River Avon SAC. A nutrient assessment has been submitted, which sets out the strategy for avoidance of impacts on the Avon Valley SAC with the purchase of phosphate credits from the Bicton Fish Farm cessation in the New Forest district. Dorset, as I mentioned in the update, Dorset Council has entered into a Section 33 legal agreement with the provider of the phosphate credits to facilitate the use of these credits in the Dorset Council area. And based on the above, the proposal is considered acceptable in relation to the impact on the Avon Valley SAC. So just finally to note, for both heathland and phosphate issues, an appropriate assessment has been carried out, which concludes that these measures would prevent adverse impacts in principle, and Natural England has been consulted and has raised no objection to these measures. In terms of servicing, the bin storage plan sets out that the proposal has been designed to ensure there is appropriate provision for refuse storage and recycling for each dwelling. Refuse bins and containers are stored on plot within rear gardens. All the dwellings have a gated access from the garden to the highway, so bins can be left out for collection. A number of waste collection points are set out adjacent to the highway and are within 30 metres of properties as per the Dorset Council guidance. With regards to flats, there's a communal enclosed refuge storage provided within an accessible area, and the Dorset Waste Service team has been consulted and they have raised no objection to the proposed refuge collection strategy. In terms of drainage, the Environment Agency's flood map for planning indicates that the site is within a flood zone 1, and the risk of flooding from surface water mapping indicates that there is a predominantly low flood risk. So surface water drainage is as proposed at outline and considered deliverable. Foul water drainage is disposed by an adoptable pumping station on site, as I discussed previously. And details of surface and foul water drainage are secured under conditions 6 and 7 of the outline application and have yet to be discharged. The Environment Agency, Wessex Water and the Lead Flood Authority have all been consulted and have raised no objection. And subject to the discharge of the conditions required under the outline application, the proposed drainage is considered acceptable. So in terms of the outline conditions that are remaining, as set out in the officer report, a number of conditions are proposed to be discharged from the outline application with this application. And this includes the levels, the cycle storage, the place-based details, renewable energy details, and the reference strategy. So as set out in this slide, the status of all conditions from the outline application are shown. So we have some compliance conditions. Again, the conditions discharged with this application that I've just mentioned. The condition 16, the tree protection condition, was discharged in December 2022 with agreement with the Dorset Council Tree Officer. And the outstanding conditions are drainage details, construction management, external lighting, the travel plan, contamination, and the pedestrian access details at Broomfield Drive. In terms of proposed conditions in the officer report, we have the approved plans as listed, the garages to be retained, the compliance with the biodiversity and mitigation enhancement plan, and as mentioned in the update, a condition added for the compliance with the landscape management plan, and that is as set out by the side, which is simply compliance with the document that was submitted and agreed by officers. And in terms of informatives, an informative will be added to the officer report, which is to do with the construction management details, which sets out the hours of construction that we expect to see submitted for the discharge of this condition, and that it's specified that no bonfires will be on site at any time. So in summary, the principle of development is established with the outline permission. The design of the proposed, including the scale and layout, is considered acceptable. The proposed landscaping is acceptable. The impact on neighbouring amenity, proposed layout, parking arrangements, drainage, affordable housing, and the impact on biodiversity are all considered acceptable, some of those subject to condition. And the officer recommendation is to grant, subject to securing the legal agreement, which requires us to secure the Victim Fish Farm phosphate credits. And as mentioned in the officer update, that legal agreement is agreed and waiting completion. Or in the alternative, if that is not agreed, the application would be refused as our standard alternative to securing the legal agreement. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Naomi. I'm now going to move on to the public speaking on this application, and my first speaker is Chris Walker. You'd like to come to the desk?
Where do I speak from?
This little desk here. If you come around the barrier.
Do I have to press anything?
You will need to press the button when you start speaking, and you have 3 minutes there.
Thank you. Is that on?
That's on, thank you.
Okay, well, good morning. I'd like to speak about the pollution mitigation. We have to live with a variety of forms of pollution, and this can be noise, smell, or chemicals. I understand that Penny Farming have purchased this redundant fish farm, which used to spill phosphates and nitrates into the River Avon before they closed. They think they can now use that lack of present pollution as mitigation for building sites in the area, including this one, and more than that, sell the surplus onto other developers. Now, I find this totally unacceptable, as it would not be allowed with other forms of pollution. Can you imagine a noisy factory closing down and the site being purchased to enable the new owner to make that noise somewhere else? Or worse still, a commercial premises making a bad smell. Do you think that someone could actually buy the site and use that to make bad smells elsewhere? The answer, of course, is that it would not be allowed. And in my opinion, the same law should apply to chemical pollution, and its use should be challenged. It's particularly relevant in this case as the fish farm was not operational at the time of purchase, and certainly not at the time of the reserved matters application. So in real terms, there is no existing pollution to use as mitigation. Practice of carbon trading is common around the world. This is where one polluter can acquire the carbon allowance from another polluter. However, the seller must have a quota and be prepared to give it up. This is not the case where the polluter has ceased trading. I'm quite certain that if I tried to sell any of you a product that I didn't actually have, we would be looking at a serious case of fraud. So I would respectfully suggest that this mitigation claim should be legally tested. Thank you for listening.
Can you turn your microphone off? Thank you very much. If you'd like to return to your seat. On my list, my next speaker is Angela Connell, who I understand is here for the other application. Just wanted to double check. I will allow you to speak on that application. Okay. The next speaker is Robert Lofthouse on behalf of the applicant. And you have 3 minutes from the time you switch the microphone on.
Very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and for a very comprehensive presentation there by the planning officer. As explained, the principle of the development of this site was confirmed in 2017 when the inspector's appeal decision was issued, granting outline planning permission. The application before you was submitted in October 2019, more than 3.5 years ago. Since we acquired the site in April 2019 and following pre-application consultation with the council, we made this application. We since had to source and agree a SAC, as explained, and also deliver mitigation to address the issue of nutrient neutrality in the River Avon. It's one of the first such schemes in the country. Just to correct the comments that was made previously, the fish farm was acquired, it was operational at the time this reserve matters application was submitted, and it was operational at the time that we purchased it. And in fact, it had 13 years left of a commercial lease when it was acquired. And is a mitigation scheme which is being endorsed and held up as an exemplar project by Naturalism. I was last here in January when the committee agreed the affordable housing and dwelling mix, and you asked for a later review of viability to be agreed, and those obligations have been secured, and that's an agreement that's awaiting being sealed by the council. This development will deliver 5 4-bedroom houses, 23 bedroom houses, 13 2-bedroom houses, 2 2-bedroom flats, and 5 1-bedroom flats. These will make a significant contribution to meeting local housing need. A need that was evident when the development was first approved 6 years ago, and which is clearly not diminished in the intervening years. Layout and design principles echo that of the original master plan, with a landscape strategy ensuring buffers for ecology together with mitigation measures. The traditional design and appearance of the homes is wholly appropriate to the character and appearance of the area. It means the access to the site was established when the Outline Planning Commission was first approved. As you'll appreciate from the history that's been explained and I've outlined, we are committed to this site and to commence development promptly. I'll be happy to respond to any queries, and if there are none, simply ask that you agree with your officer to approve the reserved matters details of the appearance, the layout, the scale, and the landscaping of this approved development to enable these homes to be built. Thank you very much.
Very much. Would you like to return to your seat? My final public speaker is Councillor Gina Logan from the Parish Council. Gina.
Good morning. Yes, it's been a argument about Woodhull Parish Council. It's been a long time to get to this point. I've read the officer's report and I have 2 minor requests, please. Could you show slide 37?
Yep, just one moment.
Oh. That wasn't what I was expecting, but that's accurate. You will see on the bottom right-hand corner there that there's a path that's it, goes absolutely nowhere apart from to the boundary. What I would classify as a dead-end path. The Parish Council requested at an early stage that this section of path should not be built, as it would encourage egress from the site across to the Parish Council and Manor Harris Recreation Ground. There is wording on page 129 of the agenda papers, but the actual wording submitted in November 2019 says, in view of the lack of permission for a path linking the site to the Manor Harris Recreation Ground, we suggest that this or any proposed footpath extending towards its boundary is not constructed. Is it possible, please, to have that request fulfilled and ask them not to put that short bit of path in?
When you've finished your presentation, Naomi will respond to the comments that you've made. We don't allow debate with public speakers.
It's a question I raised. And the other point we want to make is we're a bit concerned about the boundary treatment on the boundary between the site and the Manor Harris, obviously. There is an existing hedge there. I was under the impression that it was going to be retained and enhanced, but in looking at 2 different plans, there appears to be a bit of an anomaly, and I just want reassurance that the request to have the boundary planting enhanced is actually going to be undertaken. So can you confirm that all the way along that boundary we are going to have additional native planting? According to plan DD 350L01-E. But that was all I had to say. Thank you. Otherwise, we are where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gina.
I go back to my seat.
Yes, please. So, do you wish to respond to any of the comments from the speakers?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. Firstly, just to respond to Mr. Walker in relation to the phosphate mitigation, it is approved by Natural England. The cessation of phosphate producing farming practices is a nationally recognised form of phosphate mitigation. The cessation of Bigton Fish Farm is accepted mitigation in the New Forest District Council, and it was approved by the New Forest District Council Strategic Committee in June 2022. The decommissioning works as part of the agreement involves the removal of the fish from the farm, which are the phosphate producing elements of the farming practice. And when I visited the site in April during decommissioning, there were still some thousands of fish still on site. They were in the process of removing them at that stage. So I can confirm there were fish on site, certainly in April 2022. And these have now all been removed. And the removal of these fish instantly reduces the phosphate production that's impacting on the River Avon. And further to this, the applicants have surrendered the fish farming licenses, which were attached to the site, and that is also secured by the legal agreement that with the New Forest District Council and subsequently now Dorset Council. So not only have the phosphates been removed, but the ability to fish farm in the future is prohibited in perpetuity as well. Just in terms of the response to Councillor Logan, in terms of the footpath, planning permission, I mean, the footpath goes to the hedge. Planning permission obviously doesn't allow access to the adjacent land, but I believe the developer is willing to exclude that section of footpath from the proposed design. And just some legal advice in terms of approved plans, as obviously the footpath is on the approved plan, so I don't know how we address that. Do we get an amended plan? Yeah, we can.
Yes, I think we would need an amended plan.
Okay, so we would get an amended plan and then update the approved drawings list, and we can exclude that section of footpath as requested. And then the boundary planting enhanced, I would have to double check the landscape plans, but certainly the only loss of hedging is to the access area as agreed in the biodiversity enhancement plan. And there is boundary planting enhancements across the site. So I believe, Councillor Logan, that you've specified the plan, and that would be in the approved list of drawings that they would have to adhere to. It's also in the landscape management plan, and it would have to be maintained in accordance with the landscape management plan.
So I'm now going to move to the members. You are the local member. Do you wish to speak as local member or as a member of the committee?
As a member of the committee.
Do you wish to speak now?
If you want me to, or I'll wait.
That's fine, thank you.
A lot of the points I was yeah. A lot of the points have been covered by public speakers. I think the pedestrian access shown is a little concerning, and I'm glad that we're going to be able to change that bit of path. And there's also concern about the security of the boundary into the recreation ground. I mean, it's quite possible that people may be tempted to climb fences or push through hedges. I think that needs to be quite a secure boundary between the site and the Amanda Harris recreation ground. The apartment block, I'm a little concerned about because it seems to be a little isolated from the rest of the development. And my question on that would be: is that actually considered good practice? It's something that's been in the press over the years several times where you've got affordable housing separated off from the general development, and the worry is you're creating a almost, hesitate to use the word, but a ghetto of affordable housing within a very nice otherwise development. So I'm concerned about that, and I don't know if there's some way that can be alleviated. Thank you for your response and the informative on the construction management scheme, and confirming that no burning will be allowed in the work timings. But can we also look at protecting Ringwood Road from mud being dragged onto it by asking for wheel washing when vehicles are going onto the site and off the site through that access onto what is actually quite a narrow road in a very rural environment? And I'm mindful, and the chairman will, I'm sure, be aware of the mess that was on the road at Verve. The development at Potter's Wheel or Potter's, whatever it was. And that was quite bad. I think we need to make sure we avoid that. And then a question just to follow on from the details on the phosphate mitigation. Picton Fish Farm, I remember many years ago they had an escape from the fish farm, and lots of the kids went down to the recreation ground in Parish and caught thousands of trout. Personally, I took only 20 out. Where have they been relocated to? Have they sort of been released into the Avon, and so there's no net difference, or have they been taken elsewhere? And if that ownership of Bixton Fish Farm now rests with the applicants, are they allowed to sell it in the future? Could it restart in 10, 15 years' time? Must they retain ownership in perpetuity? I'm just wondering how this works. If it's something they only have to keep up for 2 or 3 years, then I'm not entirely sure it's worth doing. Like we could have a little bit of clarity on that. Other than that, the plans do look reasonable. I'm pleased that the roads will be adopted. One of the last things that's needed is what becomes increasingly common these days is to have a management company look after your roads, where residents move in, they buy the freehold, but they also have to buy into a management scheme, which costs them a little bit more than they might otherwise want. And of course, continue to pay council tax. So they're paying twice for the same services, one that they don't get from the council and one that they do get, management company. So that, I'm very pleased that's not the case here. Other than that, I think I'll leave those questions as they are and let's move on. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want to come back on some of those points?
Yes, absolutely. The security of the boundary to the play space, it's been reviewed by our natural environment team. We have an expert who deals with play spaces, and she's reviewed all the details, and she is happy with that. So she did raise some concerns about certain different aspects, and I think maybe fencing was part of it, but those amendments were made and that officer is happy with it and has approved that plan. So I would say the boundary treatment is approved by officers. In terms of the apartment block, I wouldn't say it's isolated. As you can see on the street scene, it's not a significant distance from the adjacent houses. I'll just go to the next plan I want to show you. Obviously, the nature of an apartment block, we do need to provide parking for the apartment block itself. In terms of secure by design, parking needs to be overlooked and surveyed by the surrounding houses. So I would say that's an appropriate place for the parking. We also have the advantage on this scheme that the apartment block is adjacent to the public open spaces. And I think that's actually a good design element of the scheme, that the people who live in the apartments are adjacent to 2 public open space areas, so they have access to that. So I don't know if that sort of lends to the feeling that you might get that it's isolated, but I think it's actually quite well designed in terms of that, of amenity for the occupiers of the apartment block, rather than having them too close to the houses where they don't have direct access to the public open space. Wheel washing, the inspector's decision, condition 9, paragraph point G, he does specify wheel washing needs to be considered in the construction management plan, so that detail will be provided with the discharge of the condition. And then in terms of the fish farm, it is secured in perpetuity. I believe it's a 125-year lease that the phosphate company the phosphate credit company have on this. As I mentioned in my presentation, the licenses to use this as a fish farm have been surrendered. You need a license to fish farm from the Environment Agency. They're not easy things to acquire, given the impact of fish farming. So that has been surrendered as well, and all secured by legal agreement. I think, is that everything?
The question was management company.
Well, Councillor Took was referring to the roads which will be adoptable. Yeah.
Next speaker is Shane Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You've got a couple of questions. See the jog my memory about the reduction of from 50% to 15% affordable housing due to viability. And I'm just to remember on this one whether or not we're allowed to return to that with a condition about once the site is built out to return back to the viability of it. I can't remember whether we've discussed that on this site before or not.
We have a viability review clause in the legal agreement. We discussed that at the 23 February committee, and we agreed 90%. You remember?
Do they?
Yeah, and that is in the legal agreement. That is facing to be sealed.
Something in the back of my head, and I thought I need to clarify that before we moved any further with it. So thank you for that. I've got 3 more questions. One is around the apartment block, and I can't actually see on that plan as to whether there was, I couldn't see anything in the reports, whether it's the communal drying areas, as officers remember. It's become a bit of a thing of mine because I've been approached by residents on many occasions who've moved into apartment blocks and found they don't know where they can dry their clothes. I think developers are minded to the view that residents can use tumble dryers, but obviously that's extremely cost prohibitive to a family budget, and it doesn't conform with our climate emergency policies either.
Yeah, so in terms of communal drying areas, there is a space that is has a boundary around the apartment block, as we can see here. It is a linear space, but obviously drying lines can be linear as well. And I have put an informative on the officer report that specifies drying lines or drying areas for the apartment block should be provided.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. That's good news. The next one is around highways, which is good news are going to be adoptable. And I'm just wondering what the width of those roads are. I haven't seen the report on the width of them. My concern is around on-street parking. It's going to attract additional on-street parking because obviously it's welcome that there is additional parking above the general need. An increased amount of parking on what we would normally associate with a policy like this, but the parking is along that road and people have a tendency to park next to the properties that they want to get to, including visitors. So I'm wondering if there is car parking on those roads, would that inhibit the movement of emergency vehicles and also the waste collection vehicles? Would they have free access across the site to be able to enter onto the site and do what they need to do?
So the roads are 5 metres. That's the adoptable standards, and I don't believe there's concerns about on-street parking. I'm just looking to my colleague in highways who's giving me a nod. And in terms of, there is an over-provision of parking on the site, as I explained in the officer report and in my presentation, a significant over-provision. And we do have visitor parking spaces provided on site as well.
Steve, as you are in the room, would you like to make a comment? For the benefit of everybody, Steve Savage is one of our highways consultants.
I haven't got a microphone, so I'll speak.
Do you want to just come to a table?
you, Chair. As you heard, the car parking provision is an excessive guidance that we provide as an authority. In response to Councillor Bartlett's point here, we have allocated visitor spaces, but I don't think we're naive enough to expect everybody's going to be parking in those. And human nature is generally that people park as close as they can to their front doors, at least for load and offload shopping, for example. You'll see from the layout that we have there that we've got a number of direct accesses onto the carriageway, which we wouldn't expect people to park in front of. Similarly, we would hope that they wouldn't be parking directly opposite to cause obstruction. But there are numerous streets along the highway there that we would anticipate vehicles can safely park. The swept path analysis for the refuse vehicle proves that the refuse vehicle can go around the site, and obviously it can accommodate where we'd have indiscriminate parking. In the ideal world, we hope everybody would park in visitor parking spaces, but the reality is we've accommodated that and allowed you to see that is suitable for adoption. If I may, Chair, in response to Councillor Cook's point, we can't force the applicant to offer it for adoption. We can only ensure that the details that are submitted, the geometry is such that it can be adopted if they ask us to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for the officer. It's important to me to make sure that we had mitigated against any vehicular parking, didn't impede that waste traffic and the emergency vehicles. So that's good to hear. And it's also pleasing to hear that being built to an adopted standard. So my last point, can I move to the proposed attenuation tanks? I'd just like to know who would take on the responsibility of those should they be put in. Would that be Wessex Water or would that be a private management company? I'd have a concern around a private management company operating them. I would hope it would be the Stepney Water Authority. Thank you.
Are you referring to the attenuation pond?
I think
So there is a pumping station. So the pumping station in the southeast here will be adopted by Wessex Water. It meets their adoptable standards and they've confirmed that they will be adopting it. So the pumping station that is an element of the proposed drainage will be adopted. But there's the attenuation pond, which forms part of the public open space in this area. And public open space will be managed by a private management company. And again, that's secured by legal agreement in the outline permission.
Aside from the attenuation pond, is there no attenuation tanks on the site? I thought there was some that was proposed.
We can see here that there's the storage areas within the site as well. This was agreed at the outline stage. We haven't got the details. That is conditioned by condition 6 and 7 of the outline permission, and we're still waiting on the details of that. The LFA have reviewed this and they're happy. The reserve matters, the drainage at this stage is still deliverable. We still need the details in terms of what's been conditioned at outline.
For those who would take responsibility for those in the future.
I believe they're privately managed. I don't believe Wessex Water take on attenuation areas. They take on elements such as pumping stations. But my understanding is that that's a standard way of drainage and management for a residential development.
Let me come back and thank you for the reply. It is a little bit of concern of mine about the continuation we go down this route with private management companies, particularly with the attenuation tanks. And I can well understand why nobody really wants to take them on unless they're forced to. But thank you for the answer.
You done? Next speaker then is Robin Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Been a long time to get to this stage, hasn't it? 7 years. It's probably not a record, but it has been a long time. The question, I did have one about the parking, which I think we've had an adequate answer to, although I do support to what Councillor Bartlett said. What happens in practice is not always what we wish to happen, but hopefully that'll be all right. The layout does look to be quite open, design-wise, and plenty of space available. Question: access from Ringwood Road. I can see it there for the vehicular traffic. Is there a separate pedestrian access to avoid any conflict, or is it just the one function for all? That's what the comment had shared, if I may.
There's a separate pedestrian access that goes up to Broomfield Drive here, so you can that was and that is conditioned in the outline application. We need to get the details of that, which prevents motorised vehicles going through here. So you do have pedestrian access at this point here through Broomfield Drive.
They can also access from Ringwood Road, I assume.
Yes, there is pavement to Ringwood Road, although I need some assistance from highways in terms of, I believe there's an issue with pavements on Ringwood Road itself, hence we had to have the additional access via Broomfield Drive. But again, outline, I'll let Steve come in.
Really, Chair. The inspector identified that we didn't want to encourage pedestrian use along Ringwood Road, nature and alignment and such. So it was established that the Broomfield Drive link was essential to this scheme to provide links onto the existing footpath network, which would serve the school, the shop, etc., etc. So the intention isn't to have people walking along Ringwood Road from this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your questions, Robin?
Yeah, I'm happy certainly about the other pedestrian access there anyway, so that does just help spread the load a bit. So yeah, thanks for that. Well, yeah, to be honest with you, I'm perfectly happy with this. In fact, I wish we'd seen more applications come to us at this time, because it does seem to be, I can only think of one other in the eastern area we've had probably in the last few years that is probably a similar layout to this, and it does look nice and open. And there's some bungalows there as well. Did I spy bungalows? Yes, which is quite unusual in new builds these days. I think we've mentioned this on more than one occasion. It's also, I believe, it's more than a nod towards renewable energy, I think, on this as well, with heat pumps that I read, and where we can have solar panels. I believe that's also included. So on balance, I like it. I think it works well. Has been a long time coming. We hear a lot of comment about development permission being given and nothing happening. Well, here we are. We've got a chance to let it happen. So I'm going to propose we accept the grant as proposed with the various conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. During the public speakers, there was a request for that footpath to be removed. Are you happy to include in your recommendation that that is delegated to officers to sort because it requires an amended plan? We don't need to see it back.
No, I'm very happy with that because it's an absolutely sensible solution, I think. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Branton.
Thank you, Chair. My point has.
Sorry, can you use the microphone, please?
Thank you, Chair. My point has actually been covered largely by Councillor Cook. I was concerned about not just pedestrian access, but also cycle access. I mean, Alderholt's not that far from the forest. You've got all the, you know, there's a wish for people to cycle. And I am concerned that there doesn't appear to be a pavement or easy verge on Ringwood Road. And also that feeling that this development will be a little pocket by itself. I welcome that access through to the other houses at the back. Number 28 or 29 it goes through. Is that a cycle access or is it only pedestrian? Is it, you know, covered by some bylaw or something that means you can't cycle it? Because I have visions of people still watching the cycle, still coming out on it, and they haven't got safe access for a one, have they? And that worries me. The response?
I believe there won't be a restriction on that path. You will be able to cycle through it. There will be provisions, as I said earlier, that the inspector has conditioned to prevent motorised vehicles, so for mopeds or motorbikes going through there. So you will have some sort of street furniture to prevent that, but cycles can obviously still get through there, and that's probably not a bad thing that you might have to get off your bike at that point and walk it through, which is common on a pedestrian route.
That's the only side. that that is the only recommended way in and out of this estate for a pedestrian or cyclist?
Obviously, cyclists can use Ringwood Road as well. I've cycled down there myself a few times, and I don't see any issue with cycling down it. I appreciate the concerns regarding highway safety and pedestrians, but I see no issue with cycling on Ringwood Road personally. But
I'll accept that.
Did you wish to second the application?
Yes, I might as well, because I've got no other objection. Or councillor.
No further speakers, unless anyone indicates late. In that case, it has been moved for grant as per the officer recommendation with delegation to officers to sort out the removal of that little bit of pathway. Duly seconded. Those in favour, please. Yes, that is unanimous, so that is therefore granted. Thank you. Bearing in mind the technical issues that we had earlier, I'm going to suggest we take a quick 5-minute break just so we can make sure that the technology now works for the other order hold application. So please take a moment to stretch your legs, and we'll be back.
No point expanding because it'll take us.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
the student presenting was like, oh no, I meant to this one for the fair. And then I was going to do that while I was presenting. So it doesn't matter.
So we could be there.
the first of the order hard applications. And that is application POUT 2023 01166, and that's land south of Ringwood Road, very close to the application that we've just determined. As I said earlier, Ursula Fay, the case officer, cannot be here today due to exceptional circumstances, but she is now here and we can hear her. So Ursula, it's really good to have you. Would you like to start your presentation, please?
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. So firstly, I'd like to give some updates. An update to section 14 of my report, which sets out financial contributions that have been offered by the applicant and whether these are material or non-material considerations. Firstly, the contribution towards a 3G sports pitch, which is material. However, a proportionate contribution, as identified by Sport England, would be in the range 100 to 140,000. And the applicant has offered a £1 million contribution. However, any additional funding is non-material. Regarding the tennis contribution, this could be considered material, but only as part of the recreation ground extension, and it wouldn't be material as a standalone contribution. And the public art contribution is not considered material, as there is no policy requiring the delivery of public art. I also have an update to one of the recommended reasons for refusal, number 4. And this is about affordable housing and viability, and it's suggested that a second sentence be added to this, as saying that submitted viability assessment relies upon inputs and assumptions which have not been accepted by the local planning authority and statutory consultees, and has not been subject to independent scrutiny. As such, it cannot be demonstrated that a policy compliant level of affordable housing cannot be viably accommodated on the site, contrary to policy LN3 of the Christchurch and East Dorset local plan. And I also have some updates, further responses from consultees and members of the public, which I'll just go through now. There's been a second Hampshire County Council response from the Highways Authority. This is in response to a note which was sent through by the applicant, so a response note to Hampshire County Council, and followed their original response of the 9th of May. And Hampshire County Council continues, contrary to the applicant's statement, the Hampshire Highways were willing to enter into pre. And the Hampshire continue to recommend that they feel that the proposal should be refused on highway grounds due to the unacceptable increase in vehicular traffic on the local highway network in Fordingbridge, and due to insufficient evidence submitted to demonstrate that the proposed cycling and public transport infrastructure serving the site is adequate to promote sustainable transport modes and provide safe and suitable access to the site to the development. And that's the summary they gave of their consideration of the impacts within Hampshire. And in terms of the details comments made, I'll just summarise those. So there are concerns which remain around the data and the approach to the transport assessment, in particular the trip assumptions and the lack of a detailed assessment of the proposals. And Hampshire County Council continue to advise that they feel the suggested cycle routes to Fordingbridge would not be acceptable, and so they consider the development proposal is unsustainable. We also have a further update from Fordingbridge Town Council, and this is in addition to their objection of May 2023, and they also want to highlight their concerns that remain around impacts on the High Street and Provost Street junction in Fordingbridge Town Centre, and about the suitability of Bowerwood Road for double-decker buses. I've also got an objection from Ellingham, Harbridge and Ibsley Parish Council, and they are concerned about the impacts on their residents which could result from the additional traffic and the pressures on local infrastructure. And they've got particular concerns about the impacts of rat running and road safety in rural lanes. I've also got an objection from the Dorset Wildlife Trust, who are responsible for monitoring sites of nature conservation interest in Dorset. And they've raised concerns about the impacts on Sleepbrook Farm, site of nature conservation importance, and failures to take the opportunities to extend and connect the ecological network. The Dorset Wildlife Trust have also raised concerns about the adequacy of surveys and about data for ecology, as the proposed SANG, suitable alternative natural green space, and about the impacts on Cranbourne Common, which is part of the Dorset Heathlands. So officers have checked with the council's natural environment team, who have provided a response, and they've confirmed the applicant has undertaken habitat and protected species surveys, which are complying with best practice. However, if the application were to be approved, then more surveys may be required at the reserve matters stage, and this could be secured by condition. The Dorset National Environment Team have reviewed the submitted biodiversity net gain report, and they're satisfied with the approach and initial conclusions. Again, a updated information would be required at any reserve matters stage. And I've also had 10 additional objections from members of the public. So in addition to the previous summary of responses, which was in my report, the following concerns have been raised, which I'll quickly respond to. So there are concerns that the proposal would split the village into two halves. And the assessment in the report of the master planning approach covers the proposed design, and it does conclude that there is insufficient justification for the arrangement of land uses on the proposal. And looking at the cost of convenience stores, I'd just like to note that Equality's impact assessment has assessed impacts of the proposal on rural isolation, and it has found there would be a financial burden for disadvantaged groups as a result of the need to travel to access services and facilities. Regarding the suitability of employment land for rural businesses, the proposal is in outline, and the form that the employment land would take is not yet submitted in detail. So that's the update. That concludes the updates, and I've now got the presentation of the proposal, which will include the planning assessment and recommendation. This is going to be a lengthy presentation, as Councillor Coombs has mentioned. So this slide is showing the structure and the order the issues will be covered in. There are slide numbers at the top of each slide, and members can write down the numbers of any slides they wish to refer back to. That would help me. Thank you. So Alderholt is located at the northeastern corner of the district, to the west of Cranbourne and northeast of Verwood. The site and the adjoining New Forest District Council area, which is within Hampshire County, which is in Hampshire. So the upper tier authority is Hampshire County Council, and the New Forest National Park Authority is located about 3.1 kilometres away. The site is 122 hectares of greenfield land, which is relatively level. There is a slight slope towards the western edge of the site. This slide shows the submitted location plan, and this particular plan was submitted during the course of the application, which the red line boundary being the same, but with the addition of the land which is shown here in blue. And this is in response to some concerns that were raised by Natural England regarding the need for a buffer between the development and Ringwood Forest. So while the applicant has identified in blue where this mitigation could potentially be located, just to note there is no other detail on this potential mitigation at this stage. This is an aerial view of the site, which, as you can see from the land types, the majority of this land is farmland with cereal crops and grassland. There are fields which are separated by mature hedgerows and trees, and it's noted there is an existing solar farm which is outside the site to the northwest, and also up here is the existing Crossfields plantation, which is a group of trees with no public access at the moment. So just to cover some of the relevant planning applications around the site, there's Hawthorne's Nursery, which has been subject to the previous presentation, 45 dwellings. And there is also Alderholt Surplus Stores, which is a residential site which was consented quite some time ago and has yet to be built out. So to the southeast, land is identified, well, it has permission for scouting activities and is now used for that purpose. The Ordnance Survey map still says that that land is a rifle range, so just making members aware of that, that is scouting activities now. And to the west of the site, southwest, there is land that was consented for a solar farm. This permission hasn't implemented and has now lapsed, but that was a previous proposal. And within Hampshire, there is the Bleak Hill Hammer Warren Quarry site, which is currently used for minerals extraction. And there's multiple consents and phases relating to that site. Looking at proposed sites within the area, there is the land at Midgham Farm, which has been consulted on in Hampshire County Council's Regulation 18 consultation document, Minerals and Waste Plan Partial Update. This plan is at a very early stage in the planning process, and it's considered very limited weight can be attached to it at this stage. And so this is showing some photographs from in and around the site. And this is one of the entrance points to the site from Warren Park Farm, and it leads towards Warren Park Farmhouse, which is outside the site. And then there's agricultural fields to the south, and in that field you can see into a fishing lake, which is outside the site. And in this view taken to the west, you can see how the land falls away in this part of the site towards the Sleep Brook. More centrally within the site, Ringwood Road is running through and along the site. It's a rural road with trees and hedgerows. There's some agricultural buildings within the site, and there's also Sleep Brook Farmhouse. And from a field to the south of the solar farm, there is a view into the farm where you can see the PV panels. To the northeast of the northeast part of the site, there's Hilbury Road, which is another rural road with trees and hedgerows. And this view taken within the site towards Hilbury Road shows where trees are proposed to be removed to create an access to the site in this area. There's an existing recreation ground and playground, and there's an adjacent field within this site which is proposed could form an extension to the recreation ground. And to the northwest part of the site adjoins existing dwellings on Blackwater Grove, as can be seen in these pictures. And there is also in this area a bridleway which travels through the site through the Crossfields plantation. And this is an overview of the master plan so that you can have this in mind as we go through the constraints. And this shows that the build would be adjoining the with Sang to the south and west. So on this plan, the orange shows residential areas. The pink is the proposed business park, employment uses, and blue is local centre. And in yellow is the extension to the recreation ground. Moving to look at the constraints. The site is outside the village infilling area, and so in conflict with Save Policy A1 of the East Dorset Local Plan 2002. In terms of its relationship with special protection areas near the site, which is members know of habitat sites of international significance, the site is very close to parts of the Dorset Heathlands. And it's actually 75 metres from the Dorset Heathlands. However, all of the residential elements would be located at least 400 metres away. There would be areas of Sang within the 400 metre zone. And it's also just over 3.1 kilometres from the New Forest SPA as well. And this slide showing the special areas of conservation and the site being within the river, the water catchment area for the River Avon. And as referenced by the Dorset Wildlife Trust response, there's a site of nature conservation importance at Deepbrook Farm, which is next to the site. And this slide is showing the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire Downs area of outstanding natural beauty, AONB, which is located 1.7 kilometres north of the site. In terms of the heritage context, and there are some scheduled ancient monuments to the south of the site within Ringwood Forest. The council's archaeologist has confirmed that the setting of ancient monuments would not be affected, and there is a written scheme of information submitted about how archaeological investigation will take place on the site were this proposal to be consented. The council's archaeologist has advised they would prefer archaeological works to have been carried out prior to the submission of the application. However, it is considered that as the application is recommended for refusal on other grounds, it would not be appropriate to ask for those works to take place, and so it's considered that could be conditioned in this instance. And this is showing the listed buildings, of which there are none in Alderholt, the closest being this Church of St James on Daggons Road. And conservation officers have advised they consider no heritage impacts on listed buildings. Looking at the minerals safeguarding zones as defined in our minerals plan, the site is wholly within a minerals safeguarding zone. And this slide is just showing the relationship of the site with the Greenbelt. It's outside the Greenbelt and as such is not contrary to Greenbelt policy. Just referencing this because the applicant has made a case within their submission that the location of the site being outside the Greenbelt is a benefit of the scheme, as it could prevent the need to exclude land from the Greenbelt at a later date. However, it's considered that any such decision would need to be undertaken as part of a strategic review of the Greenbelt rather than as part of a planning application. So there's very little weight to Greenbelt matters. And this slide's showing the public right of way network in Dorset, and I'll have one for Hampshire next. Just to point out the yellow bridleway, which crosses the site to Crossroads Plantation, and it heads across Cranbourne Common, being part of the Dorset Heathlands, as I mentioned earlier, and also open access land. And that bridleway then heads through to Verwood. And within Hampshire, there are public rights of way heading away from the site to the east, and particularly note the existing footpaths in purple. These head through towards the Avon Valley Way and into Fording Bridge. And as the sustainability of the site is a key issue, and including how there could be access to facilities, I've created some slides which are showing where the closest facilities are. And so these are the existing facilities in Alderholt. We've got the local shop, which is the co-op at the post office, and there's also a village hall kind of next to that, which is where the parish council offices are located as well. There's a pub at the St James First School and the doctor's branch surgery. There's a vet's on the corner up there, and there's also the existing recreation ground. So, oh, sorry about that. So for other facilities, people currently have to travel outside Alderholt. So in terms of schooling, just mentioned the St James First School within Alderholt. After this, the catchment schools are Cranbourne Middle School, and then the Queen Elizabeth Curie Upper School in Wimborne. There are other schools available at Burgate in Hampshire, the Burgate Secondary School, and Ferndown Upper School, and in Ringwood as well, there's a secondary school, but those are all non-catchment schools. So pupils can choose those schools, but it's subject to availability once catchment pupils have taken up their places. The nearest supermarket to the site is in supermarkets are in Verwood. About 5 miles away, there's a Lidl and a Morrison's there, and that's also where the closest Dorset library is, which residents would be able to access. And in terms of healthcare, as well as the doctor's branch surgery, there's the main doctor's surgery is in Fording Bridge, and there's also, that's where the closest dentist is. In Ringwood, there's also one at Wimborne as well. And the town centres that are closest to the sites where a greater range of shops and services can be found. For example, banks, restaurants, leisure and comparison shopping are Fording Bridge Town Centre and Verwood Town Centre. So, this is showing the existing bus services which could potentially be accessed by, at the moment, from Alderholt. So the only bus route that goes through Alderholt is the bus route 97, which goes from Fording Bridge along to Verwood. This is a 2-hourly service with 3 buses per day, only on Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Fridays. If people are able to get to Fording Bridge using that limited bus service, there is an X3 service which runs from Bournemouth to Salisbury and is an hourly service, additional at peak times, and it's daily, including a daytime and evening service. And the site is unconnected to the cycle network, and the surrounding rural roads are considered unsuitable for cycling, certainly by any cyclists who are not particularly confident. In terms of moving on to look at the proposal now, just back to the master plan overview, and this is just a quick reminder, orange is residential, purple is employment, blue is the local centre, and yellow is the recreation ground extension, and then all in green a proposed stang. And this illustrative master plan has been submitted to demonstrate how the site could be developed, but this is only illustrative and would be subject to reserve matters. Having said that, there are elements that would be fixed through some parameter plans, which could be conditions as part of any consent. So I'm now going to show those and just explain how those would potentially fix elements of the proposal. So there's access and movement parameter plan. This shows the access from Hilbury Road, with a new link road being created that would travel through the site, past the business park, across Ringwood Road, and then go through a local centre and join with Ringwood Road to the north. And the suggestion is that Ringwood Road be closed to the majority of traffic and become the main route for pedestrians and cyclists, with the link road being used for vehicular traffic. And this is showing the proposed access from Hilbury Road. Highways have raised concerns about this in terms of the design, with a road safety audit having been carried out, but the recommendations haven't been taken forward and addressed. There's also concerns that there's not actually a need for a roundabout. A priority junction would be sufficient, and so the access point is over-engineered. And this is showing the proposed access from Ringwood Road being a priority junction, and there are similar concerns from highways about this as there are for the Hilbury Road access, with the road safety audit not having been addressed and the junction being overly complicated, and a simple priority junction would be more legible. And this is a land use parameter plan, which is very similar to the master plan overview shown earlier. So this land use parameter plan would fix in place the locations of the different development types, in particular the employment being located here next to the access from Hilbury Road, and the local centre being fixed in this location towards the south of the site. There's a density parameter plan being submitted as well, which this sets densities for the various residential areas, and they are all between 30 to 33 dwellings per hectare. The urban design officer has commented this would be homogeneous. It would not create distinctive character areas. On this parameter plan, the local centre has been identified as having residential at the upper levels, and there are no scale parameters for the local centre or business park or for the residential areas. So that would all have to be subject to consideration at reserve matters. And then moving to look at the proposed green infrastructure parameters. We've got this recreation grounds, active sports space, and children and young people's space is all marked in green, with areas marked in sang in purple. And note this as a potential solar array part of the proposal as well, which is in this light purple colour here. And then there's green infrastructure, which is making use of existing field boundaries, hedgerows, and that would be situated kind of separating some of the development parcels. And we've got an illustrative landscape strategy plan submitted, and this shows how there could be some routes through the sang areas. It gives an idea of how those sangs could potentially be laid out at a very high level illustrative way. And I'm going to show some of these areas in a bit more detail later. So now I'm moving to the planning assessment, and firstly I'm going to explain the housing land supply position and the principle of development. So members are aware that the East Dorset area does not have a sufficient supply to demonstrate that there is a 5-year supply of deliverable sites in East Dorset, and with only a deliverable site equivalent to 4.15 years. And this means that if there are proposals including housing, then paragraph 11 is engaged, and proposals should be granted if one of 2 tests are met. In this instance, it's considered that the first test is applicable because an appropriate assessment has been carried out. This hasn't been able to conclude that impacts on habitat sites could be adequately mitigated, and there's no overriding imperative that would justify the approval of this application. So it's considered for that reason that is a clear reason for refusing the development proposed. But for completeness, officers also carried out an assessment under the second paragraph point there. It's considered that even were the impacts on habitat sites resolved, the adverse impacts of the proposal would significantly and demonstratively outweigh the benefits. And the principle of development, the application site, as I mentioned earlier, is outside the village envelope as defined on the proposal's map. But we have to consider the paragraph 11 of the MPPF. And so this leads to look at then the settlement hierarchy, which is in the course set out in our core strategy. And this sets 6 tiers. So tier 1 is expected to provide major focus for development, down to tier 6, where development is not allowed unless it's really needed to be there. Holt is designated as a rural service centre, so it's in the 4th tier within this hierarchy, and growth is expected to be at a scale that supports the village and its adjacent communities. And it's considered that the scale of this proposal is significantly greater to that which is anticipated by the settlement hierarchy. And I'm now talking about some of the other uses, because this proposal is not just a residential development, there's also quite a considerable number of other uses proposed on the site as well. So this plan's been submitted, which shows an indicative layout that for the delivery of the local centre, which could include multiple small units arranged around a courtyard. Of course, this is illustrative, and so the development may not come forward in this form. And it's worth noting, I think, that the application form sets out the proposals for the employment space in the form of a business park and for a local centre. And this states the application uses are 10,000 square metres of Class E for employment and 4,000 square metres of Class E for the local centre. Class E does include a very wide range of uses, including retail, restaurants and cafes, commercial uses, sports, medical and offices. Just note that pubs are not included in Class E and are sui generis. So many of the Class E uses are actually classed as main town centre uses in the MPPF, and as such they have to be subject to a sequential test and, if relevant, a retail impact assessment. And these assessments have not been submitted or demonstrated, and it's considered unrestricted development of 14,000 square metres of Class E uses would have very significant impacts. However, in response to the questions from officers, the applicant has submitted a list of indicative uses and floor space and indicative uses for the business area as well. I'd just like to point out that of the uses that are listed here in indicative uses for a local centre, those which could be secured through a Section 106 legal agreement and therefore provide certainty for their deliverability would be the community sports building and the doctor's surgery. We don't have any evidence of interest for take up of the other uses. And there could be a condition which could restrict uses in line with those have been indicated by the applicant, which I've then summarised here, which categories they would fit into. This would still allow for the delivery of up to 1,258 square metres of retail space. And the applicant has indicated this will be delivered through several small units, but it's considered that this could be arranged differently at reserved matters. So that there could just be one large shop of that size. It's not known until reserved matters are here. There would also be 663 square metres of food and drink and 1,026 square metres of offices. And this could add up to about 3,000 square metres of main town centre uses within the local centre. And just looking at that retail size again, just to give members some comparisons, the existing Alderholt Co-op is about 370 square metres, and the Verwood Lidl is about 1,700 square metres, and the co-op that's in Fordingbridge is about 1,100 square metres. So it's considered the impacts this local centre could have on other town centres is unknown because we don't have the assessments submitted. And in the absence of this evidence, it's contrary to policy and recommended as a reason for refusal. And then regarding the business park for 10,000 square metres, the applicant has said this could include offices, light industrial, and quasi-employment such as vets. The economic development team at the council have identified need for employment land to meet the needs of local businesses. And so there is reasonable certainty that this element of the proposal could be delivered. And we have had similar business park proposals before where conditions have been successfully used to limit the uses to those which would be appropriate. So this is considered acceptable, subject to the principle overall of the development, but this element is not raising particular concerns, and the proposed economic benefits arising from the employment would be significant. So looking at emerging policies, now there was the draft Dorset Council local plan, which was subject to Regulation 18 consultation, and this included two options for Alderholt which were consulted on. The first vision being that Alderholt would not expand significantly but would have some additional housing to primarily meet local needs. And the second option or vision consulted on was that Alderholt would expand significantly with a series of new village neighbourhoods and to create a town. Such a town would have been expected to have shops and significant employment opportunities, an enhanced leisure and recreation hub, new schooling at all tiers, and links and public transport for cycling and getting to other centres. And this plan is showing the extent of land within Dorset that was shown as part of option 2. The draft local plan did reference the likelihood that land within New Forest would actually be needed if this option were to be taken further. And it's noted these consultation proposals were part of a draft local plan at a very early stage of plan preparation, and they can only be afforded very limited weight in the planning balance. And I'm now going to move to look at the deliverability of the proposal. And the MPPF has got a definition of deliverability, and this sets out that houses need to be available, offering suitable locations for development and achievable, with realistic prospect housing will be delivered on the site within 5 years. And in particular, with outline planning permission, there has to be clear evidence housing completions would begin on site within 5 years. On this particular application, we've got significant outstanding objections regarding lack of details and technical information from statutory consultees, as shown on the screen: Natural England, National Highways, Dorset Highways, Local Lead Flood Authority, Local Education Authority, and the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire Downs AONB, who are supported by Natural England as the statutory consultee. And it's not appropriate to leave these matters to a condition or reserve matters, but it indicates the level of work that is still required to be carried out before this proposal could start to proceed. And in terms of housing, notwithstanding those concerns just mentioned about deliverability and the lack of evidence about that, the applicant has submitted a development trajectory which shows delivery over 12 years starting in 2026. And this trajectory does allow for some prior minerals extraction, and it identifies the dwelling completions for each year. So looking at assuming this development trajectory could be implemented, which there are doubts about, but even if we just assume that it would be delivered, this site would make a contribution to the housing 5-year housing land supply of 264 dwellings. But obviously it would make, in the longer term, potentially add dwellings to the longer term housing delivery. And this trajectory is also identifying where infrastructure and other uses could be. The education being shown at stage in green, and community uses, local centre, employment around this stage, it's quite in towards the first half development. And the doctor's surgery is shown starting 2029. The recreation ground extension towards the middle of development, and then various other the transport being delivered at various times throughout the development. And all these elements could be subject to detailed negotiations as part of a Section 106 agreement. And looking at the viability of the site to deliver affordable housing, our policy requirement for affordable housing is 50%, and the applicant has proposed 35%. The justification for this, there isn't a particular argument or justification being put forward for this, other than that's a similar amount to that which has been agreed on other sites in the district. However, if you want to make a case at the application stage, you do need to make your own case, and not rely on assumptions and outcomes elsewhere. So there has been a viability appraisal submitted at a late stage, but hasn't been time to undertake an independent review of that. It would be very difficult to ask for an independent review, because at the moment we don't actually know exactly what's being assessed, because there are so many assumptions and inputs that haven't been agreed in terms of what the highways improvements would be, an education strategy, how habitats would be mitigated, and even the mix of uses for the employment and local centre. There'd need to be further information about those. So at the moment, viability appraisal isn't actually in a state which we could submit it for an independent review. And in terms of the housing mix, this has been agreed with the applicant and with the council's housing team. So The council's housing team are satisfied with the mix, and it's all been considered against the SHMA requirements. So happy with the proposed tenure split and the percentages to go to each type of housing. So for market housing, noting the good proportion of 1, 2 and 3 bed properties there, and there's an element of first homes. We don't have a particular requirement for those, but it seems sensible in terms of the split. The affordable rent, excluding extra care properties, is considered good, and particularly agreeing good number of 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses. And with shared ownership, that's also considered acceptable in light of the SHMA. There's more 1 bedroom properties than are necessarily required by the SHMA, but that's considered acceptable. And it's also worth noting that a benefit of the scheme would be extra care units, which include 56 market and 28 affordable extra care units. So while the percentage that should be delivered as affordable housing isn't accepted, the split between how affordable between the tenure split and the size of affordable dwellings is acceptable. And looking at the education requirements for the scheme, firstly I'll just go back and remind members of where the schools are. St James First School being in Alderholt, and then Cranbourne Middle School, and then Curie Upper School being the catchment schools. And our education team have advised about the requirements for this proposal. So they would require a 2 hectare school site as part of the development, along with a contribution to build the school, and then additional financial contributions toward expansion at schools within Dorset, the Cranbourne Middle School or Emmanuel Middle School, and towards upper schools and post-16 education as well, totaling about £10 million. The applicant's response to this, the applicant has actually set out a vision for education within Alderholt. At the moment, there's the system of 3 tiers, which I set out, and that's the system that we have in East Dorset. But the applicant is proposing to change the system to a 2-tier system with a new 2-form entry primary school to be built at St James First School site, and then children to travel after that to the Burgate Secondary School in Fordingbridge. The local education authority have got concerns about this approach for a number of reasons. Normally, the size of a site needed for a primary school would be 2 hectares, and the site at St James is about 1.2 hectares. So there are doubts about whether a school, a 2-form entry primary school, could be delivered on that site, whether that would be achievable. Further concerns about the proposed changes at St James are that this would need to be agreed by the Department for Education and the Regional Schools Commissioner if there was to be any change to that school to become a primary school. The applicant hasn't spoken to those parties, so it's not known whether such a change would be possible. There are also impacts on the 3-tier system in Dorset that would need to be considered, and which would be considered were the Department for Education and Regional Schools Commissioner to be making any decision on this. And if this vision cannot be achieved, that there is a concern that that the first school age children would actually need to travel outside Alderholt to access education, which would add car journeys. And it's not clear how this could be accommodated because those children are not actually of an age where bus travel is suitable. So that's a significant concern about this proposal. And looking next at the highways impacts. So the transport assessment that's been submitted has set out quite a number of proposals about how transport impacts can be made acceptable. So as I mentioned, access is from Hilbury Road and Ringwood Road. There would be a 30-mile-an-hour limit along Hilbury Road, extended. A new internal spine road, which would be a bus route, and then a number of off-site connections and improvements. Advisory cycle lanes along Station Road and Ringwood Road within Fordingbridge. No, sorry, within Alderholt. So then improved connections to public rights of way. Potential to open up routes along rural roads into Fordingbridge. Connections along the public right of way through to Fairwood, that's the bridleway which crosses Cranbourne Common, and connections into forestry trails to the south of the site, and access sustainable travel and leisure. And an hourly bus service is proposed between Cranbourne, Alderholt, Fordingbridge and Ringwood. And the applicant, the transport assessment also sets out proposals for a creation of a 15-minute neighbourhood in Alderholt. So the key concerns around this are firstly that the road safety audit haven't been addressed, and the safety of those access points hasn't been demonstrated, and there are proposed improvements which may not be suitable. Specifically, this proposed cycling route into Fordingbridge along, which would use Midgham Lane and Ashford Road, could not be considered safe for cyclists. And the idea of increasing cycle and pedestrian traffic across Cranbourne Common and other public and other rights of way within Ringwood Forest would not be acceptable due to impacts on the Dorset heathlands. On that point, the applicant has said that they could potentially remove that element from the transport statement. However, at the moment, it is still in the transport assessment, and if it were to be removed, there'd need to be another full consultation and consideration of how that would impact on all the issues. So as it stands, that is in the transport assessment and considered as part of the proposals. Further concerns around insufficient work having been carried out to demonstrate the deliverability of off-site improvements, and much of Alderholt being over a 15-minute walk from the new logistical centre. So although the applicant set out a 15-minute vision, actually a lot of the residential units, because of the distances by road, would actually be over 15 minutes walk. There's also concerns around the deliverability of the local centre facilities, and concerns that underlying assumptions which feed into transport, such as the education strategy, which obviously has a large knock-on effect in terms of school travel, as those assumptions haven't been agreed. That's meaning that the transport assessment may not be assessing the correct strategy. There's also concerns about the trip internalisation, which is considered overly optimistic. Hampshire Highways have raised concerns that the impacts on Provost Street in Fordingbridge could be severe. There's concerns from both Dorset and Hampshire Highways about the road widening proposals, because these have not been set out in enough detail on the correct type of mapping to show that they can be deliverable. There's also concerns from National Highways regarding the A31 Fairwood Road junction improvements that have been shown. More data is needed, and more evidence that that design would be safe, because there's actually been quite a lot of collisions at that junction. And there's also a lack of clarity over the new bus service and concerns about whether that cost is accurate and what the long-term viability would be. Which brings us on to sustainability of the scheme. And the bus service, again, the timetable for this bus service, an illustrative timetable has been sent in. And this is, to remind members, it's between Cranbourne and Ringwood. And this would be a daytime service between Monday to Saturday and funded for 5 years. There are some concerns about how this service could work. In particular, there's a very large number of children that it's assumed would be transported into Burgate, and they certainly wouldn't all fit on one bus. And we need the idea is also that that bus would accommodate commuters, and it's not clear how that would work. There's also considered to be insufficient peak time services, in particular to bring commuters potentially in and out of Alderholt for work. And there is a letter of support from a bus operator sent in, and this states that after the 5-year funded period, they hope that the hourly service could continue. However, are more confident a 2-hourly service would be viable. And this is all reliant upon the school transport forming part of the service. So it is considered that a 2-hourly service, which is referenced as definitely going to be viable, would not actually be enough to provide sustainable transport links between Alderholt, Cranbourne and Fordingbridge, Ringwood. Other sustainable transport proposals are the bridle ways to Fairwood, but as I've mentioned, these have issues because encouraging these routes would not be appropriate because of the impacts on the Dorset Heathlands. And there's also the footpaths linking to Fordingbridge, which could be reasonable use for recreational use to access Fordingbridge, but it's not considered these are providing a good, appropriate, sustainable transport day-to-day link. And this is setting out the proposed facilities. So I had the existing facilities up earlier, and this is setting out those proposed facilities which might have realistic prospect of delivery or could be secured could be secured through Section 106 or a condition. So that the primary school at St James, obviously that's a bit of a question mark after that one, because it's not clear that it can be delivered, but it would potentially change the first school to a primary school, adding an extra couple of years on where children didn't have to travel outside Alderholt. There'd also be an extension to the recreation ground, so the existing recreation ground, which caters to the residents of Fordingbridge, would be expanded to allow for the additional growth. A new doctor's surgery would be a benefit of the scheme, and that could be expanded in the future to meet the needs of patients in the rest of Alderholt, and the NHS do actually have some proposals as to and ideas that they've been working on how that could happen. So that is a potential benefit of the scheme. And then I think the local shop and potentially some of the other retail, certainly the local shop could be conditioned. That is something that's been conditioned on other sites, and that could be a requirement. However, it's not known how viable it would be in the longer term. A community hall would be subject to Section 106, so it would be delivered along with and that would have some sports uses within it as well. There's also an idea that a restaurant could be delivered on the site. not entirely clear how that, if any evidence about that yet. But in general, it's considered that the majority of facilities, people would still have to travel away from Alderholt to access those, in particular supermarkets and schools. In terms of the environmental, so the proposed employment uses at the site, the environmental statement had some expected economic benefits which would arise from this proposed development, and that set out that there would be 564 direct jobs created in the new commercial and community uses that would be provided on the site, and this would equate to 1 job per 3 dwellings. So the issue of this is that for each, a lot of people would still need to travel outside Alderholt. Assuming that there was only 1 job needed per dwelling, that would still be 2 jobs per 3 dwellings where people would have to travel outside to access employment. And so that brings me on to master planning. And this is the land use parameter plan again, setting location of uses. And the employment here and the local centre here. The urban design officer has expressed some concerns about the locations of these. It's not considered their best place to encourage sustainable travel. And the applicant's response has been that they're located in a way which could reduce car traffic within Alderholt, but that's considered to be evidence that they're not being located in the best place to encourage sustainable travel. And there's also some concerns about the local centre and how legible that would be and how viable it would be being in that location right at the southern ends of Alderholt rather than being in a more central place. And as the access and movement plan shows, the main methods for accessing those 2 areas is via the link road. And there's very little links in terms of pedestrian and cyclist links shown making their way to those areas from Alderholt. And looking at the sports and recreation proposals, this is showing the landscape strategy, as I showed earlier, and here are some close-ups. So this is the recreation ground extension, and it shows 2 full-size football pitches. That is something that's been shown following discussions with Sport England. There's also space for a play area, which could potentially be aimed at older children to supplement the existing play provision at the adjacent play area in the recreation ground that's there at the moment. There is potentially could also be a tennis centre, although this is not shown on these plans. And then within the residential areas, there are also some pink areas identified, which are stated to be playful landscape. And in another area of the proposal in the Section 106 heads of terms that's been submitted, it suggested that there would be 1 leap, which would be here, and 4, so that's a locally equipped area for play, leap, and 4 local areas for play, which is or laps. And this is not going to be acceptable because laps do not provide sufficient play opportunities. And the council's urban design officer has recommended that a smaller number of equipped play areas be provided, and also that provision is needed for young people. However, it's considered that the parameter plans are such that this could be negotiated as part of a Section 106 agreement. And in terms of allotments, there are 2 areas for allotments shown in brown, and this will provide 1.1 hectare of allotments and would meet the standards of the local plan. And looking at biodiversity, this slide is showing existing habitats that are on the site. So most of the site at the moment is cereal crops and grassland, and there are some areas of woodland as well. But those are the main types of land, and this is showing the habitats that would be proposed. It's noted that from November 2023, there's going to be the requirement for 10% biodiversity net gain. This proposal is saying that 10% biodiversity net gain would be required in advance of this, and there's precedent within planning cases that this means that should be attributed significant weight in the planning balance. Also, just highlighting the hedgerows on the sites and the approach that's being taken to these. It's a good approach with good retention and incorporation of these as green corridors. So that is a benefit of the scheme. And in terms of the impacts on habitat sites, just a reminder of the habitat sites and affected, and just setting out in what ways these might be affected. The Dorset Heathlands, the residential elements are within 400 metres to 5 kilometres, so a SANG is required. And some other elements, for example, the SANG and also the solar farm, are within the 400 metre zone, and that's considered acceptable. And there are also potential impacts on air quality, which would need to be addressed. Within the New Forest, there is a 13.8 kilometre zone of influence, which Natural England have advised means that a bespoke consideration needs to be made to that. And there are also potential impacts on air quality, which haven't been identified at the moment. And for the Avon Valley, it's within the river catchment, and it's also noted there are nightjars, foraging habit for nightjars on the sites, which are one of the species for which Dorset Heathlands is designated. So in terms of the mitigation for these, in terms of the recreational pressures, there are 3 SANGs proposed. The principle and size of these SANGs would be acceptable to Natural England as mitigation for the Dorset Heathlands only. But at the moment, there's insufficient detail provided to demonstrate that these would adequately mitigate impacts. And it's not accepted that the SANG for the Dorset Heathlands can mitigate the impacts, or at least that it can fully mitigate the impacts on the New Forest, and further work is needed on that. There's also some additional need to identify how access to Ringwood Forest would be discouraged by the use of a natural barrier as identified by Natural England. And the applicant has changed the location plan, as I mentioned earlier, to show land which is in the control of the applicant where potentially a barrier could be located, but there are not other details about how this will work, so cannot place weight on it. And in terms of the air quality, there are a number of issues with the approach to air quality and screening in and out impacts of air quality on the designated sites. So the approach has been to identify routes where there'll be over 1,000 additional trips a day, which is the approach which is accepted by Natural England and set out in their guidance as to how you should screen impacts in and out. The issue is that trip data hasn't been agreed, firstly. So it's not agreed that there would necessarily, the places where there are 1,000 additional trips can't be known because the trip data hasn't been agreed. There are also issues where there's planned development in Fordingbridge and not all of this has been included, not all has been included in combination effect sites to be considered as part of this assessment, only the applications that have got planning permission. So it's considered likely that these zones would need to be extended and more work would need to be carried out in order to identify all of the sites that would be affected. In terms of nutrient neutrality and impacts on the River Avon, the applicant's approach to this as a nutrient budget has been calculated and submitted using Natural England's calculator. And the proposed approach to offsetting this would firstly be to rely on central government committing to reducing to achieve a further reduction, with the remaining mitigation liability of 3 kilograms per year met through a proportionate in perpetuity nutrient offsetting solution elsewhere in the catchment. And the applicant feels this mitigation could be secured through a Grampian condition. However, there isn't enough information submitted to enable this. It's not appropriate to rely on commitments that have yet to be made, and the use of SUDs would need to be demonstrated how that would work, and it also would need to have evidence that there is an in perpetuity nutrient offsetting solution secured by the applicant. So as it stands, this cannot be secured through a Grampian condition and needs to be demonstrated as part of the outline application. Moving to look at landscape and visual impact, so there is a submitted landscape and visual impact assessment that has been accepted by the council's landscape officer, and this shows zones of theoretical visibility and demonstrates visual impacts which would be had. So these would be local to Alderholt, and there'll be very few, in fact not really any impacts outside the locality. So again, this is from the landscape and visual impact assessment that's been accepted by our landscape officer, and it sets out the effects from viewpoints, and many are considered negligible or even beneficial, and some are considered minor, with one moderate or potential moderate, minus moderate adverse impacts. So I'm just going to go through those identified as potential to be adverse, because I think they also help members in understanding what the scheme might look like from viewpoints. So this is showing a view from Hilbury Road, northeast of the site, viewing southwest, and this is, you can see on here, the place that the viewpoint's in. So, and then we've got the existing view, the view in year 1, and then in year 15. And so that's for the first view. And then we've got the same approach from the gateway at Warren Park Farm, looking into the site. And this is also from the gateway at Warren Park Farm. And then we've got a view in from the gateway at Sleepbrook Farm Lane towards Ringwood Road, or on Ringwood Road into the site. And then from the northern edge of the site on Ringwood Road. And this last couple of views are from Loma Lane in Hampshire, viewing westwards into the site. So there would be one field between these viewpoints and the site. So that's the first one. And then this is the second viewpoint, also on Loma Lane. So
Just before you go on,
yes,
can I just give you a few seconds of relief? We are coming to 1 o'clock, and I have to ask members, they are prepared to extend this part of the meeting before 1 o'clock. And just have a show of hands if you're agreeing, please. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Ursula. You can continue.
Thank you. That was nice to have a mini break. So yes. So The landscape and visual impacts are considered of limited weight, and in terms of the impacts on Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire Downs AONB, it's accepted there are no visual impacts on the AONB. There are potential impacts on dark skies. However, sufficient information has been submitted to demonstrate these can be mitigated through a lighting strategy to E1 standards, which is the highest standards for dark skies, and that has been accepted, can be conditioned. In terms of some other impacts, there are impacts arising from recreation and effects on tranquility from additional traffic. And the applicant feels that these could be mitigated through the on-site SANG that's provided in accordance with Dorset Heathlands SPD, but that approach is not accepted because the Dorset Heathlands SPD does not provide mitigation for AONBs, and bespoke assessment would be required for that aspect and bespoke mitigation. And the applicant also thinks that the impacts of traffic generated into the AONB could be mitigated through road widening. That's not accepted either because the impacts arising from air pollution and verge parking haven't been assessed, and also trip rates are not accepted. So, and road widening hasn't been demonstrated achievable, which is going back to the transport and general highways concerns raised earlier. And they'd also considered that a further consideration of the traffic impacts within Cranbourne Village is required. I think it's also worth noting this air quality assessment, which was submitted for the HRA Habitat Regulations Assessment, not in relation to the AONB. However, it does identify routes with over 1,000 additional trips per day within Cranbourne Village and within the parts of the B3078 and B3081 within the AONB. And overall, it's considered the impacts on the AONB haven't been adequately assessed or mitigated in the environmental statement. And this is a recommended reason for refusal following the planning balance exercise. However, to note, it's not considered to trigger paragraph 11I of the NPPF. Moving to the solar array, there is a potential solar array proposed and shown on the land use plan. And this is close to the existing solar array, and there's also the lapsed solar array to the south. And there's a landscape visual impact assessment that sets out the theoretical visibility just of the solar array. It's considered the solar array as a standalone item would be acceptable, and it could provide some benefits in form of the generation of renewable energy. However, it's not considered to be directly linked to the rest of the scheme, and so it's considered a limited weight in the planning balance for this particular proposal. Moving on to drainage, the surface water drainage strategy is shown here. The local lead flood authority have raised concerns about this because there's insufficient evidence drainage would be successfully managed, particularly in terms of flows through the site. And this has the risk of causing flooding downstream in the catchment. The applicant has submitted some further information about this, but it wasn't sufficient to resolve the issues. And it's possible that further information may be able to address these concerns. But in the absence of this, it's afforded moderate weight in the planning balance. And this is showing the proposed foul drainage strategy, and there would be a pumping station with links to the existing sewers. Wessex Water are responsible for foul drainage, and they've confirmed the applicant's approach is acceptable to them, with arrangements to be made through other legislation for necessary upgrades. And so that would be acceptable. In terms of trees, this is showing the tree protection plan and those trees which would need to be lost to enable the development. In in the main, this is these trees here to create the access from Hilbury Road, and also here to create a link over Ringwood Road to join the two parts of the site. And this is showing how the remaining trees would be positioned within the illustrative layout. And the approach to trees is considered overall to retain the majority of trees on the site, only removing those needed for access, and this is considered acceptable. Looking at minerals, this is the minerals safeguarding map. The minerals team have advised that a condition would be appropriate, requiring investigation and agreement of any minerals to be extracted, and they've advised this would be in accordance with the minerals plan policies. Just then looking at the planning obligations that have been proposed. So the applicant has sent in a draft heads of terms, which sets out obligations that could be entered into by them were a consent to be progressed. So this would include the obligations which are shown, and I'm just got a table here as members will be aware that any obligation to be considered material needs to meet the tests of regulation 122. It has to be necessary, directly related and proportionate. So in terms of education, that would be considered to meet the regulation test, the 122 tests. The community sports hall would meet the tests, but direct delivery would be required rather than a financial contribution. The same for the GP surgery, direct delivery would be needed. Public rights of way improvements would meet the tests, and that would be improvements within both Hampshire and Dorset. The bus service would meet the tests. However, Highways have mentioned the contribution may be insufficient to deliver the service for 5 years. There's also some other highways contributions, those would meet the tests. Regarding the recreation ground extension, including the 2 on-site football pitches and potentially the tennis centre, with a total of 5 hectares of sports provided, that would meet the tests, because it would be in accordance with the requirements in local plan policy. A potential contribution of £1 million towards swimming has been calculated by Sport England, and there is a need for additional swimming in the area, so that would meet the tests. And a contribution towards a 3G pitch, as I mentioned earlier, that would meet the tests, but only a proportionate contribution can be considered material. The allotments and allotment maintenance would meet the tests. The play areas would meet tests, but the proposal was inadequate, so further work would need to be done on that. The SANG would meet the tests. Again, it hasn't actually been accepted as adequate yet, but a SANG would meet the tests. A public art obligation is not required by policy and so does not meet the tests. And with the tennis contribution, which is suggested £500,000, while the delivery of 5 hectares of outdoor sports is necessary and could potentially include tennis provision, there needs to be clarity over what this financial contribution relates to and what it would deliver. So at the moment, it doesn't meet the tests because that's not clear. And moving to the planning balance. So this site has got quite a lot of benefits. Benefits are very substantial. So there's housing, including affordable housing, which is considered very significant. Specialist housing would be significant. That's the extra care. Housing mix is significant benefit. Economic benefits are significant. The biodiversity net gain is significant. The approach in terms of the landscape-led strategy and green infrastructure is a moderate benefit. The on-site SANG, open space and communal facilities and any off-site contributions toward infrastructure are primarily to mitigate for this particular development proposal, while they would have some modest benefits beyond this. The solar array, as I've said, is limited as it's not particularly necessary or related to the rest of the proposal. The foul water strategy is very limited, green belt very limited. In terms of adverse impacts, there are substantial adverse impacts against the proposal. So the impacts on habitat sites without adequate and acceptable mitigation being demonstrated, it means that development could not be consented. And in terms of the sustainability, including the sustainable transport impacts, that is very significant against it's very significant adverse impacts. The distribution of the land uses is considered significant, the deliverability significant, education significant, highways significant, failure to justify the affordable housing significant, drainage and flooding moderate, impacts on existing town and local centres moderate, the impacts on the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire Downs AONB moderate, and the weight to emerging policy is very limited. Residential amenity negligible, and all the other considerations are considered limited. So in conclusion, the collective weight of the benefits is very significant, but this can't outweigh the harm to Dorset Heathlands, New Forest and the Avon Valley, and the benefits are not considered sufficient to outbalance the very significant adverse effects. And this is just summarising those points. And just like to note, the applicant was encouraged to take up pre-app advice from the local planning authority, and through this they could have been advised of the required information to accompany their proposal, and they chose not to obtain this advice. And the applicant was also given the opportunity to submit some limited additional information and responses to consultees insofar as this was possible within the life of the application. However, this did not address the concerns raised, and that there are a lot of issues that haven't been addressed and a lot of reasons for refusal that are recommended. And so this is just setting out the reasons for refusal. I won't read them all out, but there's one about habitat sites, about the sustainability of the development, the master plan approach, the contribution to affordable housing, which I'm sorry should have been updated in line with what I put up on the update slide at the beginning. The uses in terms of the main town centre uses and the assessment of those, the education approach, the transport assessments, the impacts on the AONB, and the information about for surface water management. And that concludes my presentation.
Very much, Kirsty. I think that's probably the longest I've ever heard in all my years on planning. That's one marathon. Well done. Now, members, it's 1:05. We do have quite a field of public speakers. However, if we decide to continue, I reckon we could finish this application in an hour. Do you wish to take a break now? Do you wish to take a break at the conclusion of this item?
At the conclusion of the item, so let's carry on.
Are all members in agreement?
I think it's 5 minutes.
Okay, so we will carry on and determine the whole of the application without. I'm going to move into the public speaking element. My first speaker is Colin English. Thank you, and all the other public speakers for your forbearance with us this morning. I think it's the button on the right when you start to speak that you'll need to press. On the front of the machine, and the red light should come on. It's not that one, it'll be the other one. The two buttons. That's it. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you.
I'd like to talk about the highways implications. We've heard just now that officers recommend refusal because of severe adverse impacts. Not only those, but just about every other council in the area, from county councils down to parish councils, are also objecting on the grounds of the impact on the highways. Offset against that, the applicant has put in the 600-page highways transportation assessment, and they say that very little needs to be done to cope with the traffic, so they can't both be right. A transport study essentially looks at the existing situation, predicts the additional traffic, and then use modelling techniques to see if there will be any adverse effects. This was carried out by Dorset Council Highways Department for what was then East Dorset District Council. The existing traffic flows are measured and therefore relatively accurate, but I know one council has pointed out that there are some permitted developments in this area that haven't been included, so they're a bit of an underestimate. Several councils have stated that the generated traffic appears low. The trip rates are very optimistic, and they appear to be based on unrepresentative locations that are close to town centres or close to good means of transport. Then, as we heard just now, the trip generation can be reduced by internalisation of trips, and I believe the word was significantly underestimated that we heard just now. And lots of people other than Dorset have made that point. There are various ways you can model traffic, and initially a model was used which is called macro simulation, which just looks at junctions really. I pointed out to Dorset Highways that that was wrong, and they agreed, and they said they would use micro simulation. That was done, but only in a very piecemeal way. And a couple of examples of where that's a problem. The most direct route from Alderholt to Ringwood is south and along Kent Lane and Harbridge. That was not modelled. The most direct route was not modelled at all. And that's significant because it's a single lane road for much of its route. Extra traffic on there will cause chaos. There's no forward visibility, and there are only ad hoc passing places where motorists are driven off and eroded banks. Cranbourne is also very badly modelled. They've used the width of the road and made no acknowledgement of the fact that there are always cars parked there. So,
Mr. English, you've come to the end of your 3 minutes. Can I ask you to finish your sentence, please?
Okay. Yeah, so they totally underestimate the impact on all of the roads, and for that reason, they ought to be refused.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Stephen Godsall. Again, sir, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm representing Action for All the Hogs, hundreds of local people, and you'll see the wide range of objections. But rather than repeating any of those, which Ursula summarised very well, we'd like to suggest one further reason for refusal, that being insufficient evidence that the scheme would prove viable, particularly if estimates of phasing, income and expenditure are not achieved. And I've let Ursula know about this in advance. We think the viability assessment and phasing proposals are extremely optimistic, in fact unrealistic. Schemes of this scale always have unforeseen problems. Councillor Cook asked if the penny farthing one was a record with 7 years. Well, actually, we've got another site in Alderholt that's been waiting an awful lot longer than that, which we'd like to vote. So there are bound to be delays. You've already heard that statutory consultees have required further work, traffic assessments. That will lead to further work on environmental impact, and that will lead to further costs. Any delay will increase financing and loan costs, and the phasing proposals for 1,700 houses in 12 years are much faster than any comparable scheme in this area. In fact, we believe the proposal will take more than 30 years to deliver. Probably more than that if the history of all the holes taken into account. There are income projections of over 10 million capital receipts for retail and employment uses. And in fact, the promised village centre is entirely dependent on retailers buying space to develop. Now, for instance, they expect £1 million capital receipt for a pub site. Who's going to buy a pub site for £1 million and build when somebody costs being closer? Reductions in viability, of course, will directly lead to reductions in affordable housing, as you've seen on many occasions. And that will reduce the planning benefits of this scheme. In fact, it's very possible that not only will affordable housing not be provided, nor will many of the community facilities, and maybe the scheme won't be built to the scales proposed. We think this additional reason for refusal will be helpful. The applicants told us that they expect it to be refused, but they expect to win an appeal. If you're defending an appeal, having more reasons, which can be argued, you have evidence for, will be helpful. And just to repeat the suggested reason, insufficient evidence that the scheme would prove viable, particularly if estimates of phasing, income and expenditure are not achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, I was interrupted there. Our next speaker is Richard Burden, please.
I'm the principal landscape and planning officer of the Cranbourne Chase area of outstanding natural beauty. As you know, an area of outstanding natural beauty is one of the nation's finest landscapes, and it's nationally designated. The NPPF tells you great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty in AOBs, which have the highest status of protection in relation to these issues, and development within their setting, which is what we're talking about, should be sensitively located and designed to avoid or minimise adverse impacts on the designated areas. The proposal effectively plonks a new village of about 4,000 people on the southwestern side of Alderholt and in the setting of this AONB. In an isolated location, inhabitants would need their own cars to get around. Furthermore, all routes westwards are into this AONB, including the ancient village of Cranbourne, with its middle school where pupils from the development would go. The additional traffic on the narrow lanes would erode the peace and tranquility for which the AONB is renowned, and also physically erode the villages and banks. In addition, there would be a substantial increase in recreational pressures on the AONB, and not just on the paths and bridleways on the eastern side. As you've heard, there are no realistic proposals to avoid or mitigate these impacts. Neither are there any financial benefits to this sensitive and nationally important area. That's with the list we've shown, which is in section 14, page 57 of the report. The proposals are not sustainable development, and our concerns are listed on pages 4, 29 and 30, and in paragraphs 16, 275 to 281. The AONB partnership agrees with your officer's analysis and supports the recommendation to refuse. If, however, you are minded to consider a conditional approval, the A&B partnership asks that compensation is provided by the developers to offset the adverse impact on the A&B and to support the ongoing conservation and enhancement of the A&B as set out in the adopted A&B management plan. Thank you.
It was well within time. My next speaker is Michael Allen, please.
Thank you, Chairman. On behalf of Dorset CPRE, I would like to speak about the Alderholt Meadows application. And the question to us is, would Alderholt Meadows be a sustainable development, thinking of the golden thread that runs through the NPPF? Dorset CPRE does not think so. Development would far exceed the growth needs of Alderholt Village. Small-scale developments within the village boundary could be considered sustainable because they meet the needs of an existing village to grow and to thrive. But this proposal falls well outside that category. Effectively, Alderholt Meadows would be a small new town on a greenfield site. As such, the location should offer a genuine choice of transport modes, according to NPPF, in order to be sustainable. But it doesn't. An hourly bus service is not a genuine alternative to using a car. With no pavements and speed limits up to 60 miles an hour, cycling or walking along the narrow local byways are not genuine alternatives to using a car. The new residents of Alderholt Meadows would need to drive to work, drive to the supermarket, drive to the leisure centre, drive to the hospital, drive to a non-food retail, and drive to almost everything else has been expressed already. They would have no genuine alternative, in Dorset CPRE's opinion, to call, my apology, they would have no genuine alternative, in Dorset CPRE's opinion, to call Alderholt Meadows a 15-minute neighbourhood is false. Dorset CPRE also takes issue with paragraph 16357 in the officer's report, which says, if I may quote, "Many of the reasons for refusal may be overcome if at a future date the applicant provides further or additional details to address specific technical concerns. Were these reasons for refusal to be resolved, a further planning balance exercise would be required. It is likely that such an exercise would conclude that the very significant benefits of the scheme are not outbalanced by the very significant adverse impacts, particularly the unsustainable location and nature of the proposal. In Dorset CPRE's view, the opposite is true. The benefits of the scheme, namely the housing, are not likely to outbalance the adverse impacts, notably the unsustainable location. The unsustainable location cannot be mitigated or explained away. Simply put, Alderholt Meadows would be in the wrong place, and the houses should be built elsewhere. After all, according to the council, at present there are 13,000 other house plots in Dorset with permission already granted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Hang on the money. Next speaker is Steve Butler.
Good morning, members. Well, good afternoon now. Could you put up slide 83, please? Can that be done?
Such as beavering away.
Okay, well, my point here is that you are not adding to Alderholt, you're actually putting a competing village next to the current village. If you see local shop, doctors, pub, you're going to build a pub or a restaurant there. So actually the whole thing, and you're going to have a recreation ground next to the current recreation ground. So you're actually building a separate community next to the one there is there, which I think is could be the detriment of the places that are already there in Alderhall and actually not help the local community that is currently there, could actually be put into difficulties. Also, the number of jobs that are created was down to 1 for every 3 houses. But if you look at the current state of Alderholt, where 84% actually do have long drives and 60% of them over 20 kilometres to work. If we actually say that the average is 1.3 workers per household, you're then still going to end up with an extra 1,700 new journeys to work in Salisbury, Southampton and Bournemouth, which will increase the greenhouse gases by at least double. The other big worry that I have is the local highways network. The immediate bit is looked after in this proposal, but there is no actual anything that's going to happen on the roads into Porting Bridge, which Hampshire County Council have brought up that they're going to be the pinch points at the roundabout and the bridge. There's also, if you actually want to build something of this size in Alderhall, we almost need an A quality road that goes from Ringwood through Alderhall to Fordham Bridge, join us up to the highways network. So this is not good. The joke that was put forward that this will be a 15-minute neighbourhood is not true. I also worry that what's going to happen if you do build 450 social houses and start shipping people in from Weymouth and other places, because Alderholt's need for social housing is in very low double figures. And if you're going to end up with 450 social houses, the people that are going to move in here are not going to be used to a remote situation like we have in Alderholt, and we could be causing social problems for people who are not used to remote areas. So I also worry that Burgate School, with the current...
You've reached your 3 minutes, Steve. Can you finish your sentence, please?
Yeah, okay. Burgate School is going to be filled up by the kids that from the new houses in Fordham Bridge, and I worry that people from Alderholt will not be able to fit in. So,
thank you very much. The next speaker was Angela Connell. She applied within the time, however, she quoted the wrong application number, which is why there was the confusion earlier. She's had to leave, but I've agreed that Gina Logan can read out her deputation.
Thank you very much. I just said how to be here. There are people here today that will take knowledgeably about planning issues that make the Dunsbury proposal unsuitable. I want to talk about Alderholt as a home. I've been from the village for over 30 years, and like the majority of residents, I chose it because of its rural character and suitability for running a rural business. The vision of Alderholt that Dunsbury wished to sell to the village is arrogant and unwanted. If you go into the village and ask residents, they will tell you they don't want this. There are a few people who want to have buses and the doctors and the affordable housing, but the majority want to live in a village. We shouldn't be pushed into doing somewhere over twice the size with all the chaos that comes with it. This is not a NIMBY objection. This is an objection to having our way of life changed radically without our consent. It should also be mentioned that many people feel that bothering to object is pointless as decisions are made with complete disregard for residents' views. Please give us back faith in the system and let us keep our village as a village and oppose the Dunsbury proposal. Thank you.
Very much. My next speaker is Janine Pickering from the NHS.
So yes, I'm here on behalf of NHS Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board. And prior to this statement, I want to make it clear that our role is not to support or object to this planning application. Our role is to clearly define any mitigation required in order the local healthcare infrastructure to enable delivery of NHS care, particularly general practice, to an increased population. In short, we can't be left with additional costs. So you'll be acutely aware of the pressure the healthcare system is under, both operationally and financially, and we must plan ahead for any additional pressures that will be put upon the local system. Any NHS capital and revenue investment is finite and covers all NHS care, including unprecedented attempts at the moment to reduce the backlog of patients seeking elective surgery currently. It's therefore more imperative than ever that developers make a local contribution to additional necessary health infrastructure resulting from these housing developments, without creating additional financial burden onto us as the NHS. The proposed development is for 1,700 dwellings, and our assessment is this will create an estimated 4,000 plus new NHS patients. The proposed site's a wonderful site in infrastructure such as healthcare has not therefore been taken into consideration when planning requirements of the village. Primary healthcare facilities are typically served from a local GP practice. The existing facility at Alderholt is operated by the Fording Bridge Surgery. The Fording Bridge Surgery is in the geographical location of Hampshire, which is why we are here and have an interest in this application. The Fording Bridge Surgery itself is in good condition. Some of the building is listed. The practice have extended up to their current footprint. There's limited opportunity to extend or reconfigure this site. The current Alderholt branch surgery, as you see on the screen, is 2.5 miles from the northeast of the village. Nearly 80% of Alderholt's existing resident population are registered with the Fording Bridge Surgery, and it's envisaged most, if not all, of the new residents will register with Fording Bridge practice. The current Alderholt branch surgery is a small chalet bungalow. This building, owned by the surgery, is in a poor condition currently, with no access to toilets, limited space for wheelchair access and baby change. There's a requirement for massive repair and redecoration. The building is currently used in a limited capacity due to its condition. The only affordable mitigation for such a large increase in new patients would be for general practice provision to be built into the Section 106 agreement. Further work would take place if and when planning is approved. However, only a new purpose-built GP surgery or an equivalent financial contribution would satisfy the mitigation. There's no identified source of NHS capital or revenue contributions available to top up any developer contribution, so the mitigation would need to be met and meet the needs in full to be acceptable.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to the applicant and agent. As I said, because I had increased the number of public speakers up till now, I'm allowing them each 4 minutes. And the first one is Nigel Jacobs, please.
Thank you. Members of the committee. The application before you for Alderholt Meadows is a considerable investment in delivering sustainable development, addressing issues of climate and ecological importance while delivering much needed homes. Its origins go back to 2016 and work between the applicant and the former East Dorset District Council through the review of the Church and East Dorset core strategy and the identification of Alderholt as a location capable of strategic growth. The opportunity was seen as one that could help revitalise and sustain an important rural service centre while avoiding further incremental greenbelt release elsewhere in the district, particularly around Wimborne. The former East Dorset district area does not have an up-to-date local plan, and on the council's own assessment can only demonstrate a 4.15-year, 5-year housing land supply, with a shortfall of 400 dwellings. Alderholt is categorised in your core strategy as a rural service centre. Policy KS2 sets out for such centres they are named providers for the rural areas where residential development will be allowed at a scale that reinforces their role as providers of community, leisure and retail facilities for the village and adjacent communities. Alderholt, with a population of over 3,000 people, currently does not fulfil this role. And the application seeks to address this by providing a scale of development that can sustain a level of services and facilities that allows residents to access them on their doorstep and deliver on the policy objective of the core strategy. The application proposes a compelling opportunity to invest in sustainable development, and your officer has listed the considerable benefits of the scheme in a report. Dorset needs homes, yet this application is not just about housing. It is about grasping the opportunity to enhance the sustainability of one of the largest settlements in eastern Dorset, and one that is recognised as lacking in services and facilities. At the same time, it avoids the approach to constantly adding incremental growth to settlements that provide little or nothing in the way of infrastructure provision and facilities for residents. This application is very much focused on placemaking, providing people's day-to-day needs on their doorstep. Oldham Holt lies outside the protected South East Dorset Greenbelt. It therefore presents a significant opportunity to create a lasting difference without impacting the Greenbelt. It provides a long-term solution to housing delivery without further unsustainably picking away at said Greenbelt sites in this part of Dorset. Your officers have recommended refusal and have cited 9 reasons for refusal. They object to the principle of development at Oldham Holt, and have explained that, of course, that this application will support the actual core strategy policy. The other reasons for refusal are technical and can be overcome with further engagement as stated in paragraph 16.357 of the committee report, and which would have been the case if your officers had been prepared to do so. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Despite the applicant offering to extend the time to determine the application to narrow the reasons for refusal, this opportunity was rejected. Support for sustainable growth at Oldham Holt and allowing time for negotiation to overcome the outstanding technical points can be achieved by members deferring the application to allow further time to resolve these technical matters. And my client would be more than happy to accept this as a way forward. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next speaker is Mark Hewitt.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Dorset Council Planning Committee. Today we bring before you a development scheme in Oldham Holt that has been meticulously planned over the course of 7 years. Our primary goal has been to enhance sustainability and create a thriving community. I respectfully request just 6 weeks of engagement with the council to address the differences that currently exist between us. Through extensive consultations, we've identified critical needs and taken significant steps to address them. The doctor's surgery in Fordingbridge advised us to build a new medical centre, which we are fully committed to delivering. The school expressed concerns about sustainability, with only 12 annual enrolments and the long commute to Wimborne for senior education. Our investment of £10 million into education more solves this issue. Our comprehensive approach extends further. We've introduced a new hourly bus service connecting Oldham Holt to Ringwood, Cranbourne and Fordingbridge to improve public transport. We have allocated 130 acres of open space and created 13 kilometres of cycleways to promote recreation. Recognising the importance of connectivity, we have introduced fibre broadband enabling remote work opportunities. Our commitment to a beautiful environment is reflected in the design of the homes, public spaces and essential amenities. We are proud to provide almost 600 new affordable and sustainable homes, addressing the council's waiting list. Despite our efforts, we have been denied the opportunity to engage with council officers on 3 occasions, which is unprecedented. Today, I do not seek a definitive decision, but a mere 6 weeks of engagement to address the differences between us. The benefits to the community are significant. Affordable housing, education, open space, community allotments, improved transportation, vital healthcare services, We are proposing to invest £75 million into this community. Granting this short extension will enable us to find common ground that aligns with both our aspirations and the council's requirements. The differences between us are, in my opinion, minimal, and I firmly believe that together we can create a development that we can all be proud of. I assure you of my unwavering dedication, transparency, and commitment to collaboration. Let us embark on a shared journey towards an exceptional development that enriches Alderholt and Dorset as a whole. Thank you for your time, consideration, and willingness to grant me the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, I have two more public speakers, and these are the Parish Council representatives. The first one is Councillor Errington from Ellingham, Harbridge and Ibsley Parish Council. Welcome across the border. Have you brought your passport?
I am from Hampshire, that's good.
As with previous speakers, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ray Errington. I'm speaking on behalf of Ellingham, Harbridge and Ibsley Parish Council. We're a rural parish just to the south of Alderholt. It's over the border. We're on the dark side in Hampshire. But anyway, thank you for your indulging my presence here. This morning, I also took you through the host of shortcomings of this application. It was so complete as it's a written report. Very little that I think needs to be added. Looking at almost any section of OT and what comes through as an unsatisfactory application, short on preparation, with poor evidence being under evaluation of its impacts, inadequate mitigation and incoherent justifications. I could go on, but anyway, added to that are all the critical evaluations from the statutory agencies, authorities and councils from both sides of the county boundary, as well as some of the very well-informed comments you've heard here since our presentation. But undermining the credibility of the whole proposal seems to be this applicant's unwillingness to cooperate with Dorset Council in pre-application discussions. Turning to the issues for our parish, they principally concern the local highway network or the connectivity of the proposal. Just like dropping a stone into a pond, the traffic impact of this development would ripple out far beyond the village of Alderholt. West of Cranbourne, north to south east to Fording Ridge, and then south through the small settlements in our rural patch. For instance, when the A31 was recently being widened, which took over a year to complete, the Alderholt Road, which runs south to join the A31, as well as the single track lanes across our parish, which connect us to the A338 Salisbury Road, became daily rat runs for all the drivers trying to bypass these roadworks. And if this doubling of the size of Alderholt went ahead, that imposition would become forever, blighting the lives of our residents, walkers, people of recreation, horse riders and the like, who now thankfully at last got back some level of quiet enjoyment. It would be a totally unreasonable price for them to pay to expect them, if this development would go ahead, they'd lose this forever. So in summary, this application is grossly excessive in scale. It's in the wrong place. It's unsustainable. It would leave Alderholt as neither fish nor fowl, in a limbo somewhere between being a village and a town. And I say it's a speculative, ill-considered and opportunistic venture, which doesn't seem to fit with any of Dorset Council's vision for your county's development. So, finally, I commend your planning officer's comprehensive report to you and urge you to go along with her recommendations for refusal. That was very short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. That's pretty much.
That turn itself off.
That's fine. We have one more public speaker, and that's Gina Logan from Alderholt Parish Council.
Good afternoon. We fully confirm the officer's refusal of this application and the reasons for its refusal. In the current local plan, Alderholt is a Tier 4 settlement Its location, limited facilities and poor transport options render it an unsustainable location for such a large-scale development, which will totally change more than doubling the size of the village. This is unacceptable and contrary to NPPF paragraph 73 and 105, as pointed out. Even if the local planning authority had a 5-year land supply, this location is still deemed to be unsuitable due to its lack of connectivity and for all the reasons raised in the officer's report, including the unacceptable adverse impacts of various habitat sites that surround Old Holt, as well as Cranbourne Chase A1B and New Forest National Park. The fact that the local road infrastructure is totally inadequate for such a large increase in vehicular movements, weight and volume, and that the control of the highways falls outside of Dorset Council, except when travelling east through Cranbourne. The cumulative impact on the road network would be severe, and this would also adversely impact highway safety, especially for cyclists, pedestrians and equestrians. The lack of the education provision and scepticism over the ability to provide and sustain over a long period the benefits outlined in the proposal, namely the GP surgery, sports facilities, a library, small range of retail outlets and services, and these would be in direct competition with Old Holt's existing facilities. And of course the proposed hourly bus service, which the officer has already pointed out isn't deliverable. Questions are raised over the surface water management, as extensive flooding has occurred over the proposed development site in the last 2 years. Parish Council also reiterates its concerns regarding the proposal by Hampshire County Council to include Midham Farm, which is directly opposite the proposed development site, standard gravel extraction. This would have a long-term adverse impact on water. And in conjunction, this planning application also puts forward mineral extraction and usage on the site, compounding the adverse impacts on Alder Holt residents. Alder Holt is the worst possible location for such a large development, at the furthest edge of the Dorset Council administrative area. Having read fully the officer's report, we are of the firm belief that this proposal constitutes a far greater range of adverse impacts that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits as per NPPF paragraph 11, and thus refusal of this application is fully supported. I recommend that to members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Can you turn the microphone off, please? Thank you. Okay, Ursula, you've heard a lot of public speakers and a lot of things have been said over a wide range of subjects. Do you want to respond to any of them?
Yes, I'll just go through and have a look. I think in response to Stephen Godsall on the suggestion of a further reason for refusal regarding insufficient evidence of the development viability, we have considered this, but there is no national or local policy basis to require a developer to show that a proposal is viable other than demonstrating the affordable housing provision. And so officers would recommend that this doesn't form an additional reason for refusal. However, we have clarified the recommended reason for refusal in relation to affordable housing, as I put at the beginning of my presentation. That is intended to clarify the concerns about the viability statement as submitted. So,
firstly, can you put that
yes.
slide up again so that people can be
yes. So this reason for refusal aims to make clear that we do have concerns about the submitted viability assessment and the assumptions and inputs that's going into that, having not had all of those elements agreed. And that's as far as we would recommend going in terms of the a reason for refusal on affordable housing and viability grounds. In relation to the comments and the speaking by Richard Burden about the AONB, I think just to say that the comment at the end about any potential approval having compensation identified and secured, I think that before any compensation could be secured, we would need to know what that would be. So we would need to know more information and more quantification of the impacts and a greater understanding of what could mitigate those, so that any compensation could be identified. At the moment, we don't know that, so we would say it should continue to be a reason for refusal. Just in response to the last point from Michael Allen from CPRE about paragraph 16.357, I think that does say that it's considered unlikely that the very significant benefits would, that with regard to the unsustainable location and nature of the proposal, it's unlikely that that issue can be resolved. And so I think we might be saying the same thing on that one. I think I don't know if Anna maybe can provide a response in terms of the comments from the agent and applicant about the desire to extend this application for additional time in order to resolve issues, and then I think if Steve Savage could comment on any of the transport comments that were made. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, so to respond to the request from the agents for 6 weeks additional time on this application, I would reiterate that the applicants were contacted prior to submission of the application and advised to follow the Council's pre-application advice service. National Planning Policy does encourage us to encourage use of that pre-application advice service, and that's all about front-loading issues prior to submission of a planning application. Once a planning application is with the council, it's our duty to determine that as quickly as we can. And in this particular case, given the range and nature of the outstanding issues, we consider as officers the appropriate approach is to continue, well, as before you today, to refuse that application. And we would also note that there has been a recent inspector's cost decision relating to the issue of negotiation during planning applications, which we consider supports our approach on this application as well. Thank you.
So, Steve, the floor is yours again. Highway issues.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's fair to say that the views we've heard expressed by the objectors to the scheme pretty much endorse those which have been evidenced by both Dorset Highways and Hampshire County Council Highways. We have concerns about the level of traffic which can be generated by this development and the methodology. Although it's been agreed with us, the results perhaps leave a little to be desired. Some issues with the figures. Basically, we have concerns regarding the sustainability of the site, as you heard. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, we have a whole panel of experts sitting at the side of the room here. All of you other guys that haven't spoken yet, is there anything from the public speaking that you wish to respond to? Or would you rather just wait and answer questions from members? If you wish to say something now, now's your opportunity. Okay, in that case, we will move on now. Members, David, again, you are the local member. Would you like first bite?
Thank you, Chairman. This has been a difficult application to judge. There have always been some benefits. I don't know, I've been through this document, which was very kindly sent out in great detail. And there's a lot of attractive issues in there. Schools, doctors, dentists, community facilities. Old Hope Parish Council were looking for community building on the Old Hope Recreation Ground. and indeed I think have planning permission for it, and I guess that's expired now. And it's a case of balance, as Ms. Fay's report very clearly puts out. And the balance, to my mind, comes down in the end to location, location, location. The roads in and out of the village are narrow and are very difficult to navigate. I drove back from a scrutiny meeting in Dorchester yesterday in the afternoon, just as a school bus was going down the Cranbourne Road, and a lorry was coming the other way. And the manoeuvring that they had to do to get past each other was quite remarkable. And this happens all the time on the road out to Ringwood, what we call locally the Summerley Road, because it goes past the front of the Summerley estate. Gravel lorries can't pass each other on there, and the sides are broken down, so the road is becoming narrower and narrower. The Cranbourne Road, Cranbourne itself has this great traffic calming facility called Castle Street, where cars are parked. Oh, I see people who know the area smiling. The road to Fordingbridge, Bowerwood Road, goes through a very tight bottleneck. So the roads are unsuitable, and to make them suitable for double the traffic has struck me as being quite expensive. I don't know what it costs to widen a road. Maybe some of the experts here could enlighten me. But if we've got 6 or 7 miles to Ringwood, 4 or 5 miles to Cranbourne, 3 or 4 miles to Fordingbridge, to improve those roads would cost a substantial amount. I don't know if the applicants are able to fund that, or Hampshire County Council is able to fund that. And the balance seems to come down to NPPF. Well, before we get to that, climate change, of course. Everyone's got to drive out of Alder Holt, even with the added facilities. And they will solve some of this problem, undoubtedly. But even then, the traffic generation to come out of Alder Holt and to get anywhere, to go to main shopping centres in Ringwood, Bournemouth, Southampton, Salisbury, and of course people going to Salisbury from Alder Holt tend to go on the Sandal Heath Road, which goes through the village of Rockbourne, which is itself a very narrow, very poor road. There'll be a lot more traffic, be a lot of traffic movements generated, and just the exhaust fumes that are coming out of that will not do climate change any good. And this is something I've raised previously with the applicants. The balancing in NPPF is, and forgive me if I just check it precisely, it is paragraph 11D2. So we should grant permission unless paragraph D2 says any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies. And that's why I say it's been a difficult application. But taken as a whole, it's the policies in this framework taken as a whole that it says in that paragraph. The benefits, I don't think, having heard the officer's report, having read the report, having heard the presentation, having listened to the public speakers, I don't see how the benefits outweigh those significant drawbacks. And the adverse impacts, I think, are very large. And on balance, I would suggest that this application is rejected. Thank you.
Are you making a proposal?
Not at the moment. I'll let other people have a word.
Thank you, Chairman. Dark in here, I need to put the specs in as well. We all have this, most of us I think have this document. Part of that.
Yeah.
I think every councillor, not just these I think every council had a copy of this, and it's an interesting document, and it's a real vision. I would say it's a really great vision when you read it. But the problem with visions is that reality sometimes comes crashing in. And in this case, I think this is where we're up against it. And the report was very comprehensive, and thank you very much for the report, Ursula. I plowed through it. And each time I got to sections, I wrote these 2 words, and these come up every time. It needs work. The 2 words that I put here. I've got a number of issues which other members will raise. I'm sure we've heard about highways and transport. I'll let other members perhaps talk about those. But my question particularly is on the mineral extraction. I want to know a little bit more about the on-site mineral extraction that I think is proposed. Can I have a little bit more information about that? And then when I get an answer to that, could I possibly come back? Thank you, Chair.
Who's going to respond to that one?
Thank you. So in regard to minerals extraction, as you're aware, the site is largely within a minerals safeguarding area, and we have been advised by our colleagues in the minerals planning team that matter can be addressed by a condition, which would require an assessment and then setting out any minerals to be extracted prior to any development taking place. So the proposal, as in the report and before you, is that matter would be addressed by condition and therefore is not a reason for refusal. I don't know if that goes some way to addressing the question.
Well, yeah, thank you for that. I mean, what I was going to say is, would it not require a separate planning permission? That you've said it could be conditioned that may be into this. So to extract the minerals prior to construction, would it be extracting the minerals prior to the construction starting? Is the next phase of my question, please.
I'll just find the wording. Condition would require investigation and extraction of minerals. A plan setting out investigation and then potential extraction.
So we're really looking at this time frame, aren't we? Because I think the developer on the report, they said they think completely that this will be 12 years. I think it was the estimated. Somebody correct me on that, but I think it's 12 years. We've heard from one of the speakers, I said it could take up to 30 years. Now, I'm not suggesting it's as big as, say, the Camp Heath development. It isn't. But nevertheless, the time that took to develop from the mid-60s onwards through until the 90s and so on. So there's likely to be a much longer time frame if we take into account things like having to deal with the minerals first. So that brings me on to the other point. We've got this excellent amount of money for investment for facilities, which is really great because we always ask for this on planning applications and we often don't get it. Here we've got it being offered, but I wonder when it can be delivered. Can it be delivered before the houses are built, or do we wait until the houses are all built and then deliver the necessary infrastructure? So that is a worry. I'm also worried about this transport thing because it is going to be mainly cardboard. Generally, it's unsustainable in that respect. Now, even if it's only 12 years in completion, and it's more likely to be longer, but let's say 12, government policy has changed so much over the years since the East Dorset Christchurch local plan was adopted about the way we transport ourselves. By the time we get 12 years ahead from now, the way that we transport ourselves is going to be probably completely different to the way that we transport ourselves now. So I wonder how much thought has been put into that, where the vision starts to crumble a bit. And I'm not saying the idea of the houses is wrong, but all these other things you have to think about with this time frame. And obviously it'll be built in tranches. So when will the benefits for those that are already living in the new builds, when will they get those benefits, if they ever appear? Any help on that one, please?
So Ursula is, I believe, showing the slide setting out the proposed timescale. Are you able to talk us through that again, Ursula?
Yes, I can. Yes. So in terms of the minerals extraction, the trajectory sets out this happening in stages throughout the development timeframe. So it's proposed that then take place alongside the development, and it doesn't show it all happening prior to the development commencing. But obviously individual parcels will probably need to be extracted before the development commenced on that parcel. In terms of the facilities, those are generally identified as being delivered towards the kind of the centre of the development. So with education, that's going to start quite early and be finished by the middle of the development, and the local centres towards the middle. Then when we've got the recreation ground extension, that's a bit later on, so kind of towards the middle, and the doctor's surgery is shown as being towards the first quarter of the development. What I would say is we certainly wouldn't accept the facilities and infrastructure being delivered at the end of the development, but it probably wouldn't be reasonable to ask that they be delivered at the start before everything else either. And so it would be a subject of detailed negotiation as to exactly when there were triggers to require those elements to be delivered.
That's not going to happen. May I possibly come back later, Chair? Didn't hear that.
I think about it. My next speaker is Shane Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor Cook has gone down a route I was going to go down in terms of minerals, and a bit more confused levels at the beginning now, I think. Are we actually saying that because my understanding was that in terms of mineral areas, if there's alluvial ground, sand and gravel under this site, that we had an obligation to safeguard those sites because minerals can be extracted where they are, and we know that geologically wise, the areas don't have necessarily the ability to have mineral extraction because they're just not there. And we also know that through our climate change and with the policies we've brought to the council, that you can only extract those minerals and transport them over the shortest distance possible to development sites to help with that carbon mitigation. So are we saying that on this site we can extract the minerals, but also in tandem with creating the residential development? Was that how I heard it? It appears then we have residential populations basically living within a quarry.
That's what's suggested in the trajectory, but it would be subject to a condition, so it's something that would need to be discussed as part of discharge of a condition.
I can't say I can speak word personally. I feel extremely uncomfortable about supporting that. Yeah, I'll leave that there. Okay. Can I just get the viability slide you had up? Very Miss Faye. Also, can I take this point to thank Ms. Shinkins for her presentation earlier. Remiss of me that I didn't thank you. It was brilliant, as was Ms. Faye's as well. Very fortunate to have brilliant planning officers on this committee. If I could see the
which slide did you want, Councillor Bartlett? Sorry, I didn't quite hear.
It was the informative note, the update informative note on viability.
Okay.
At the beginning.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Yeah, thank you. So can I just ask that within the original, on the viability, it was from 50% to 35% that the applicant was trying to go for. So you say at the last sentence there, as such, it has not been demonstrated that policy compliant level of affordable housing cannot be viably accommodated on the site. That policy compliant level, that's 50%, is it? Can I just have a confirmation on that? Is that what we're talking? Yeah, thank you. Okay. So if I can move to another question. It's just a very simple one on the to surround the site. And it is pleasing to see on sites like this that we do retain trees and mature hedging. My concern around this is that we tend to go for management companies now to manage these sites going into the future, which I'm not wholly content with, but that's the way of the world, it seems, these days. And in terms of those maintenance of those mature hedges, how are they going to be maintained in the future? Is that going to be to a management company? Would that be Dorset Council? If we're talking mature hedges, they will get out of hand very, very quickly unless the work surrounding them is kept on top of.
So the applicant has made an offer to hand over those spaces to the council along with any maintenance contribution that would be needed. So I would, in the absence of that, assume that it would be a management company.
Okay, thank you. Seems to be another hole in this application. Can I move to the road infrastructure, the B3078 road widening, which we're informed isn't achievable. The local road infrastructure is basically made up of B and C roads. My colleague Councillor Took, I concur with much of what we said in terms of the road infrastructure. Alderholt remains very isolated with this type of road infrastructure, and it's going to take an extortionate amount of money, one would assume, to improve that highway infrastructure. So officers of the view that Alderholt, as a rural service centre, wouldn't be able to accommodate this development and scale development proposed in the future. And the £200,000 seems an insufficient fund on slide 128 for the highways management contribution. But it seems to me that if we can't actually get people in and out of the village on adequate road infrastructure, then I don't see how we can support a scale and development of this nature within this locality. Yeah.
You wish to get a response to some of those? Steve, over to you again.
Sorry, Steve.
As you've heard, Councillor Took pointed out, the routes to the site have had some identified locations where localised road widening could take place. Our view as a highway authority is that we think they probably are achievable, but the level of information we provided was insufficient to actually give us that surety. So we've had some ordnance survey maps with a circle around them saying it looks like there's enough room to provide that improvement, but we've got nothing more. And I think we're all aware of the inherent inaccuracies facing any survey on a non-ordnance survey map. I think there are 11 potential locations identified if you drove from Alderholt towards Cranbourne that could do this improvement, which would then need to be agreed with us to ensure that they were deliverable. In terms of costings, I couldn't give you an accurate figure on that. I think the £200,000 is probably a valid amount which could be offered, allowing the number of improvements that are required. For example, another, I think it was by the Heavy Horse Centre on the road down to Burwood, where some warning signage could be implemented. But we haven't actually looked in a high level of detail at the improvements. I think they're deliverable. The issue here, as I said before, it isn't the network in itself, it's the amount of traffic that could be generated by this development and the applicant's assertions regarding internalisation and the impact of reducing the likely development traffic by saying that everything's going to be relatively self-contained within all levels. So hopefully that's an answer to your question. Maybe not.
Thanks so much, Steve. It has to a point, but I'm guessing that you would have done the work around, because I've been involved in these types of things with road widenings and changing highways and what have you. And the crux of the issue usually is who owns the land. If it's not highways, and if we're talking about private land, they're not in a position at the moment, possibly to know whether or not those landowners are going to give up that land for highway improvements. I'm not sure how that fits or how that works.
Chair, the applicant has indicated that the locations where they believe that widening will be required can all be accommodated within highway land.
But as I say, we haven't got that level of surety. They could well be right, or there could be some third party land involved until we see more detailed scheme drawings when it's coming further on.
David, you wanted to come back?
Just very briefly on road widening. If you go from Alderholt to Fallingbridge down Powerwood Road, there are some verges where it could be widened. Then you come to a fairly narrow section where there are upright paving slabs on either side of the road with no highway land available to the left and none to the right. And that's the main blockage. I don't believe, but I'm bound to expertise, but I don't believe that the road at that point could be widened. So you would have a distinct choke point. It's bad enough driving down there at the moment. I told a story earlier about coming from Cranbourne. I've also driven to Fordingbridge down that same section of road and tried and watched in amusement as actually it was a school bus again and a lorry coming the other way. And the lorry was going to go uphill. The bus was going downhill. And because there's quite a steep hill there as well. And the manoeuvring that had to take place with the reversing and for those two vehicles to pass each other was entertaining, but also very frustrating. I could also mention in terms of mineral extraction, could we put slide 83 back up, please? Okay, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a triangle formed by a green right-of-way and the road to Ringwood. And then there's three parallel lines across the top part of that triangle. That's Bleak Hill Phase 3, which is currently being extracted. And you can see how close that is to local shops and other retail. It's a matter of meters away. The plan for the gravel extraction on the Dorset side, of course that's in Hampshire. If you go to the other side of that public right of way, and a bit further to the stream, then you're into Dorset. And the gravel extraction that we're talking about to be done prior to building here would be what, 15 years worth of gravel extraction, quarrying, noise, disruption, residents, whilst that's going on, in addition to Bleak Hill. And potentially, if we could move just across the road to the east, Midgham Farm has been proposed for gravel extraction. That's only at consultation stage. Regulation 18 phase is just completed. I think regulation 19 is about to start. And that will be, again, if that went ahead, that would be further noise, disturbance, dust, etc. for residents of Alderholt. And I think many in the village are feeling a little bit under siege. It's a planning issue. People are allowed to feel under siege. But the cumulative effect of all of this, with the added quarrying that would then have to take place within the application site, I think is not particularly acceptable. But again, I'll let planning experts say whether that's actually ground for refusal. Thank you.
Person, did you want to respond to that?
Yes. So just to answer, just responding to the points about the level of minerals extraction that might be required on the site. From speaking to the minerals team, it's unlikely that would be in the form of the level of extraction that would take place at a quarry, it would be more likely to extract a smaller amount of sand and gravel to use within the development site itself. Obviously, that would need to be subject to the details of the condition, but it wouldn't be very likely that it represented a kind of 15-year quarrying exercise. And I don't know if Hilary, as the manager of that team, is able to offer any more input on that.
Yes, Chairman, I would agree with. Yes, Chairman, I'd agree with what Ursula has said. We wouldn't be looking to do a complete extraction. We'd be looking for what's reasonable to do on the site before development. But obviously, it is potentially an issue that can affect the amount that will be deliverable in 5 years, as has been expected.
While you have the floor, just really from my own understanding, there was talk about doing the development in phases. Do we then assume that as each phase would start, they would do the gravel extraction, then mineral extraction, and then carry on with the development of that phase, and then move on to the next phase and do the same? Is that how it would work across the site?
What the comment from the Minerals Planning Authority has said is that the details of how this would be done would need to be worked out in minerals position statement that would be conditioned as part of the application. At the moment, there isn't that level of detail as to how it would take place. That would be required before it.
Thank you. To answer the question.
It's reassuring that it would not be a quarry. But what you term a quarry sort of depends how deep the minerals are. I was at a liaison panel meeting just the other day, and the information from what they're doing at Bleak Hill Phase 3 is they're going down quite a lot of meters to actually get to the sand and gravel. So once you go down 3, 4, 5, 6 meters, then essentially it's a quarry, and that of course then changes substantially the whole topography of the site, the drainage, the water management, everything else. So there's a huge amount of issues tied up in that extraction. So I'm still concerned about that. I'm prepared to be satisfied, but I'm still very concerned about it. Thank you.
I don't think you're going to get resolution on that because there isn't the information, and that would have to come forward at a later date. We can move now on to Shane and then Alex.
Yeah, it does say on page 100 at 16.325 the desktop assessment of the viability of the site and quality of minerals on the site has not been completed. And it does, if we're going to start taking minerals off the site, changing the topography of the land before we start doing development on the sites, and I would have thought, not being an expert in the field, that's what the office is for, but I would have thought that then would have created hydrogeology issues and potential for nothing like that. So I just think there's enough information in front of us to determine a decision on that. I think the officers have written a really fair report with what they've had to work with. I'm quite shocked and disappointed actually at how poor the application is. I think it's one of the worst that I've had to sit through to determine on, with so many assessments in it, so many assumptions made, so many questions unanswered. On slide, what was it? I had it. You had a slide with all the objectives. Did you write it down? I can't find it now. Slide 66, statutory consultees and objectives. Just the sheer level of objection on this application, I don't think it's safe for us to determine it in any other way than has been laid out by the officers in the report for refusal. And I'm extremely disappointed that the the applicant didn't take up the opportunity to do the pre-app planning advice. We've spent a lot of time on this. I think a lot of this could have been sorted out previously if they'd taken the advice from the statutory planning authority, come for that pre-app advice, and we'd be in a much better position then to determine this application, I would have thought. So I am proposing, Madam Chairman, that we follow the officer recommendation and refuse. Thank you.
And that would be with the updated condition 4 about the affordable housing.
It would, Madam Chairman, yeah.
Do I have a seconder? Said you wanted to come back potentially. Now's your opportunity.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I know really was we haven't touched upon. I'm going to hope I've got the cat Williams here because I wish I had mentioned the minerals, but the runoffs, the phosphorus, and I'm concerned particularly with the headlines that we've had over the last few months about pollution in our rivers. It's been highlighted very much up the top of the agenda now. It's been brought by certain personalities as well, making it much more an easy subject. And I'm worried about the impact on our water courses and particularly the River Avon. And I know that's across the border, but my favourite hobby is angling. And I hate to think of the River Avon getting put into a state because of extra phosphorus. But that's a personal thing, and I'm not meant to mention those here. But no, seriously, the runoffs into the river, particularly the impact on the Avon, I don't think that's the mitigation there is not clear to me. So I'm happy to second this. As I said, right at the beginning, it needs work.
Alex, you indicated you wanted to speak. I don't want to bypass you.
Chair, but yet again, Councillor is still my thing. Terrible to say great minds think alike, but I am also concerned about the water, the runoff, even the surface water drainage. We have interesting topography here, and although they may be light gravel in places, therefore we also have a lot of ability for the water to run off with phosphorus because it's not going to get stuck in the soil. But my other point was, just a query really. This stuff, Alderholt, I assume, was not sort of earmarked as a possible site for a very draft local plan. What factors would bring it into the sort of spotlight for that? I assume it would be connectivity, roads, and other sort of facilities. I don't know whether Hilary can enlighten us. Was this one of the ones on the hit list for a new possible town? Because it seems unlikely to me.
Over to you, Hilary. I'll try not to use the word hit list. The very early draft Dorset Council local plan did put forward options for Alderholt. It didn't put forward preferred options in the way that we did for other development sites. But the suggestion for Alderholt, what we consulted on, was views on whether it was appropriate to have a small amount of development or to meet local needs around 300 mark, or something quite a lot bigger than this in order to get more facilities and greater sustainability. So it was two options either side of this that were consulted on, but they were only options for consideration. And I know our highway colleagues did raise the concerns they've talked about here about those possibilities. So obviously the plan is still at an early stage. We haven't come to any conclusions as a result of the consultation. So we can't put any weight on that in our decision making.
That satisfy your question?
Yes, reinforces my view. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions myself. Most of the comments from the committee have centred on environment, minerals and highways. Nobody's asked about education, so I just think it would be helpful if we had a little bit more clarification of the positive and negative impacts of the proposal on the rest of the tier.
Okay, thank you very much.
I should introduce, this is Ed from Dorset Council Education.
The issue, I think, says education is the ability to deal with early years provision, key stage 1 and key stage 2 provision for this amount of houses, 700 houses, and the ability to accommodate all those children as proposed on the existing St James's school site. We have real concerns about the ability to do that. Have those discussions about actually identifying a bespoke site to create that provision for those year groups. Primary or 300 children if it was closer to St James's site. So that is first. The ability then to track their journey from there through the middle school system and into the upper school system, and any changes, status made in the schools, first school to a primary school, changing those areas of influence, those catchments, they are subject to decision makers outside of the council. Those are very quite complex discussions in terms of the farm education. Will be just the deciding body, the regional delivery group of the DFE will be responsible for ultimately making those decisions based on applications from the school trust or from the council itself. So there's great complexity there of how we would deliver education on both sides. But going back to that initial step, was that inaudible stage reception through to year 5 or year 7. That's got to be seen as spoken solution. You feel really accommodated street items, James's school plus something.
Thank you for that. Okay, just checking. I have no more speakers. Okay, the application has been recommended for refusal with and should be seconded with an amended condition 4 about viability. So can you just put that slide back up again, please, just so that everybody is clear. Okay, so that's the amended condition 4. Those in favour of refusal of this application, please. Five. Those against? Abstentions? 2. Therefore, the application is refused. Thank you, everybody. We have one more application on the agenda, and I'll just leave it a couple of minutes because I'm not sure everybody is interested in the pub behind the museum. Them round, feed them. Have an equity. Don't need to know you.
Building that thought. It's a bit like the Briscoe kids, aren't they?
Would you like a piece of chocolate?
No, thank you.
Or a bit?
Hello, Bill, young Bill.
You're close with.
It's on our last.
Shane.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
He said, thank you for popping in on this one.
Wasting a lot of time over there.
Would everybody like a proper 10-minute break?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, 10 minutes.
excellent.
Thank you and good morning, members. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. So since the agenda was published, revised plans have been received with amended administration. These changes are not considered material to the officer's recommendation, but will need to be reflected in the plan's condition. Okay, so the site is located within Norden, which is approximately 520 metres north of Corfe Castle as the crow flies. And the site is to the south of the car park, and the one is Railway Park and Ride, and is to the east of the A351. Norden Station is near to and to the south of the site. So, in addition to that, the site is located within the 5 kilometre buffer of Dorset Heathlands, and it is within the Dorset area of outstanding natural beauty. So the submitted location plan identifies the access to the site from Norden roundabout from the A351 and over the railway crossing into the car park. Sorry. Sorry.
Might need to be really close.
Okay. All right. So this is the location plan. It identifies the access to the site from Norden roundabout from the A351 and over the railway crossing into the car park and the park and ride. So, the siting of the proposed cabin is shown with the yellow dot on this slide and is currently in an area which is temporarily not accessed by visitors, but it will be adjacent to the visitor walking route going forward if the application is granted permission. So, to the south of the proposed siting of the cabin, which is shown on this slide in green, is a gravelled and bark surface walkway as per the other exterior walkways within the museum complex. The proposed welfare cabin will be opposite one of the museum buildings as shown on this slide and identified, and it will be set back within a shaded area of vegetation. So the drawings on this slide show the previously existing structures which have now been removed. The footprint of the footprint of the existing units is shown as dotted on the site plan to the bottom right hand of this slide. The proposed cabin building is similar in scale and volume as per the previous existing structures and will be made of painted profiled steel of a dark green colour. See the example photo on the right of this slide, and the materials proposed can be secured by condition 3. As mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, revised plans have been received with amendments to the fenestration since the agenda was published. So these changes to the proposed cabin building are not considered material to the officer's recommendation, but it will need to be reflected in the conditions. So that will be the plan condition and the materials condition. So the new unit on site will include a drying room for wet clothing, facilities to safely store health and safety equipment, basic first aid equipment, a small kitchenette for hand washing and serving hot beverages, seating, and basic canteen facilities. The new cabin unit will not include toilet facilities, but wastewater from one kitchen sink will be collected and removed by a licensed waste disposal tanker company. So this slide and the next few slides are recent photographs of the site. Photo 1 shows the vehicular access into the Dorset Council car park near to the site, including the park and ride bus stop area. Photo 2 shows the pedestrian entrance after leaving the car park on foot. The building shown in photo 1 and 2 are the same building. Photo 3 shows some more views into the car park. And photo 4 shows the area where visitors to the museum are greeted. So moving on to some more photos, 5, 6 and 8 look at the area of land where the development is proposed. Here you can see that the generally cleared area from the previous structures, which is screened by vegetation and trees. Photo 7 on the bottom left shows the views looking south from the corner of where the proposed building is located. And the building in photo 7 is the existing museum building mentioned on the previous slide, and it's also shown on the site plan, the bottom right of this slide. So the last set of photos, photo 9 looks towards the east of where the cabin is proposed to be sited with its vegetation around it. 10 looks up towards the northwest along the old tramway lines. 11 provides the opposite view to photograph 10, and 12 shows the evidence of existing services on the site, which will be used for the proposed unit. So, in terms of principle of development, the application site lies within the countryside, but the principle of development is acceptable in accordance with local policy CO, as it would represent a small-scale ancillary facility for museum workers and volunteers secured under Condition 5. The whole site lies within the Dorset Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty, the AONB, so there is a statutory duty to conserve and enhance the natural beauty of the landscape. The proposed cabin would replace the existing substandard storage containers, which were previously on site. So the proposed unit would support the need for a welfare building within the museum complex and therefore meets an essential need. As such, the proposal generally accords with local policies LD, which is General Location of Development, and CO, Countryside. So looking at the proposed design, it's utilitarian, but the scale of the building is similar to the previous existing units on this area within the museum site. And it will blend into the background, having a limited impact upon the AONB, given its location, which is screened by the vegetation and trees, as well as the existing building on the site opposite. The ward member raised the impact of the proposal up on trees as an area for consideration. But Dorset Council's tree officer has no objection in principle to the proposal, subject to details and conditions. The agent confirmed that spot file foundations are proposed, which will require some excavation, but these can be achieved without harm, and that it is proposed to crane the building in, so it is anticipated that there'll be no trafficking in the tree root zones. The agent also confirmed that there'll be no pruning of the existing oak tree required, and that there is existing electricity and water supply in the location the building is proposed, which is also shown on this photograph on this slide. So it is judged reasonable, it is judged to be necessary and reasonable to impose a condition requiring terrace fencing within the biodiversity condition to ensure that tree roots are protected which will be secured under condition 4. So at present, the museum doesn't have welfare facilities within the application site red line boundary, but it is noted that there are council-owned public toilets within the COB building near to the car park, as identified on this slide in the location plan. The new building is proposed to be used by volunteers and accords with local planning policy E, which is employment, as it provides welfare facilities for volunteers at the museum. The Dorset Council Natural Environment Team approved biodiversity plan, which was submitted, includes the drawing shown on this slide. And this will ensure that biodiversity is enhanced on the site. So for these reasons, the application accords with local policy BIO, biodiversity. In terms of flooding, the site has a low risk of fluvial or severe water flooding, but it is in an area of high groundwater level. So, as the building would not be habitable, the National Planning Policy Framework considers essential facilities such as changing rooms, or as in this case, welfare facilities, are considered to be water compatible. Therefore, the development proposed is less vulnerable and it accords with local planning policy FR. And the modest proposal would not increase the risk of harm from flooding. So to summarise the application, the proposed units will enhance the welfare provision on site for volunteers and workers at the museum, and no harm has been identified. And for my final slide, the recommendation for this application is as set out within the officer's report, but with an update to conditions 2 and 3, which are the plans and the materials condition, to reflect the latest revised drawings. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Shelley. My first speaker is Shane, followed by Alex.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for a very precise and good report. Thank you. To my shame, I didn't actually know the museum. My wife, while she doesn't know it, is going to get dragged around yet another museum very shortly. In all honesty, the building isn't very pretty, it's functional, and I suspect it's in position because it's what the applicant can afford. I mean, one imagines hopefully that in the future we've got on, so we'll deal with what we've got in front of us at the moment. My understanding is this is only coming to committee because it's Dorset Council owned land, so it's come for us to determine that. And I think the fact that there is no material considerations that would warrant refusal of this, and I'm going to propose that we grant subject to conditions laid out in the report. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. My only query was about the roof line. Is it just a flat roof on a shipping container type thing? Is that your drawing gives the sides that you give a roof line? Is it a pent roof for a? Can't see it. Yeah. No comment then. Sad, but that's just be more fun if it's more interesting.
It's what it is. I have a seconder. You wish to speak?
Very briefly, Chairman. But considering our country is run on volunteers, I think this is an excellent facility. Be appreciated by the volunteers. Everyone better this enhanced so I second.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been proposed and seconded. I don't see any other speakers desperately wanting to speak, so I should put it to the vote. Those in favour of granting this application as per the printed agenda with the updated conditions 2 and 3. Unanimous. You're very much. Thank you all for going to that lunch and doing a marathon all the way through till almost 3 o'clock. I think maybe the residents of Alder Holt appreciated it as well this morning.
You said 3 o'clock, didn't you, to start with?
Yes,
You said 3 o'clock, 2 minutes early.
Tony, sorry, can we just do urgent and exempt?
Oh, sorry. I always forget. The end of the agenda. There are no urgent items and there are no confidential items. Thank you. You can go.